T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, hold, and screw the hedgie.
Another beautiful day today, guys. Looks like the market's starting to push down a little bit. Very first thing that I want to do today is I want to wish out a very warm and happy and everything she could possibly want happy birthday to Mrs. Duncan. It is her birthday today, and as such, Duncan probably will not be here today. He's spending it with his wife, and but tomorrow we'll talk to him, and he will be back. So he will be missed, but he's gone for good reasons. So happy birthday, Miss Duncan. Let's see. Let's start with technicals. Where are we at? We're on planet Earth still. Still waiting for the mother of all squeezes. Currently down 53 cents from yesterday's close. 50 cents from yesterday's close. We're having a little bit of a spike down here. I do see that we have a $38 level of support set up here, which we're still 40 cents away from. And now we have one at 38.35, so this spike should finalize right here. Looks like as far as Europe goes, it looks like they kind of held status quo over the night. Not a whole lot of up or down movement. The True Demon MOAS trigger indicators have not been updated as of yet. I'm going to wait until I have the final piece that I need to complete for the day over day change, and then I'll change it, which is utilization. Waiting to see that change. I kind of want to touch on something a little bit later. We're going to look and see and talk about what is utilization exactly. I want to get to the bottom of whether or not Ortex is reporting a good utilization number or not, and I don't believe that they are. I don't know that I can figure out exactly what utilization is supposed to be, but I'm going to try. So we'll go into that a little bit later. As far as the Stonko tracker goes, I'll refresh this here. Get rid of our tally marks. And it's looking like maybe 50,000 shares borrowed so far this morning. The ETFs it looks like they borrowed quite a bit on those and then returned them. ETF, look at that number. That's pretty high. It's getting up there. Day over day on loan, they were supposed to have loaned about 595,000 shares. Let me see if that's still up there. Okay, no, it got as high as 725,000. So I'm going to write that down, 725. According to the short exempt volume, it was up day over day by about 140,000. Utilization of the dark pools is down to 68.5, so decreasing. This is good to see. I don't know if it's just because we've had low volume for the last 2 days, or it's because people are actually getting off the payment for order flow brokers and actually trading straight to NYSE. But if either way, it's good to see that this number is dropping. We did have a price hike yesterday with the dark pool percentage dropping. That could be a reason why. But it did drop yesterday as well, and we had a down day yesterday. So, not yesterday, the day before yesterday. So let's see what else we got here. Options. Let's just take a look at where those finished up yesterday. Mark those down. Both Eric and I got tally marks for yesterday. And my volume prediction of 70 million was almost spot on. It was 70.8 million, so I was just a hair off on that. And I'm actually going to increase this prediction as of right now, to me, it's looking like it's going to be between 60 and 80 million shares in volume traded today. That's just an estimate as of right now. I might change that a little bit later. We'll see at 7 a.m. 41.7 thousand options. This is where we kind of ended up yesterday. 41.7 on 40. And on the puts, it ended up being it looks like it swung a little bit higher. So it's now 36 instead of 35. Just ever so slightly. 15.9. Way more call options here. Let's look at the difference in that real quickly. We'll go back to that real fast. Looks like, let's see what we got here. Of course, this will update around 8:45, but it probably won't do me any good to do these numbers right now, but this will update a little bit later today. And because this is looking about 240 million or 240,000, and this is about 138,000. So about 100,000 more calls than there are puts. Pretty significant. I feel like we're starting to build up to something. And currently we have 60,000 shares traded on the morning. That is up from yesterday. Yesterday, I think about this time we were at around 47,000. I might have to go 70-90 on the volume prediction. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and change it to 70-90. And let's see if Vortex has changed any. Let's see if it's close enough. No new trading signals. Looks like it has changed. Utilization is now at 88.25. So that's the last piece of information that I needed to make my change. That is down. It was 89.83, so it dropped over 1% to 88.25. So I will go ahead and save this. Saved, and so that should be updated now. So when I pull back up the tally marks now, it's modified, and those are today's values. So short exempt volume is at 441,000. Utilization at 88.25%, which is not where we need it to be. Day over day price increase. It was 2.34 yesterday. I made it yellow because it was about almost half of what we want to see day over day. Let's see what we got on loan. Yeah, so this is Ortex is updated, and looks like we went from 97.8 million on loan to 97.6, so just ever so slightly less, like 200,000 less on loan. While Ortex was showing earlier, borrowed change was 725,000, so Yeah, it just doesn't track according to what we see over here. Let's see. So there's our drop in utilization day over day. Our on loan average age per day is increasing. This won't have changed. Our short share interest is at currently at 14.97%. Free float on loan. Yeah. I'm just looking to kind of compare. It looks like the free float on loan and the SI or the short share interest, you know, they're going to track similarly. I think that's everything on here that we need. So volume, another low volume day today. So let's talk about what kind of crazy things are happening today. So today is the shareholder meeting. Congratulations to us. Hopefully, I don't think Adam Aaron will be releasing the data today on how many votes were turned in. I think typically in the past he's usually released it like 1 or 2 days after the shareholder meeting. So we probably hear about this on Friday. But I do expect to see some kind of information coming out of the shareholder meeting at some point. So we're going to keep an eye out on that, watch to see what happens, see what kind, what it does to our overall performance of the stock, and then another big one today is Robinhood's IPO is being released for purchase of shares. I'm avoiding that like it's the Black Plague. That is definitely not something I want to be a part of. Let's see. I'm going through the different AMC stock Apes battle against dark pools. This is by The Street, an article by The Street. Let's see if I can get this to pull up. I haven't pre-read this, so I really don't know what this is going to say. Under pressure due to dark pool trading has been heated on social media lately. Wall Street Memes takes a closer look. AMC stock has been down more than 30% since the beginning of July, but apes continue to hang on to shares with unshakable confidence as they look forward to the MOAS mother of all short squeezes. I want to fact check that real quick, and I just want to see if that's actually the case. If we're down that much. Let's see. I guess you could say that we started the month. Well, I guess I can just go to this page right here. Where did we start the month at? 56.86. That's the open, yeah. So let me just try this real quick here. What am I doing? My math is really sucking today. that would put us at a price of $39.80, 30% increase. So if they wrote this article yesterday, then that would be correct. If they it'd be pretty close to correct. So yeah, all right. So just fact checking it. Recently, the debate over whether dark pools have been undermining AMC stock has gained performance on Reddit's main forums. Is this one of the key reasons why AMC shares have not made it to the moon yet? So what are dark pools? Dark pools are an alternative trading system to the big exchanges like the NYSE, for example. These systems provide certain investors with the ability to execute large trades without having the publicly disclosed the transactions until execution is completed. The main purpose of dark pools is to generate liquidity, primarily for the benefit of buy-side institutions, without much disruption to asset prices. Proponents might argue that the process reduces volatility for all. However, dark pools are also criticized for lack of transparency surrounding trade operations. Their impact. Due to secrecy nature, the anonymous trading model is an easy target for speculation and skepticism. Many retail investors, as evidenced by the discontentment of Apes with dark pools, believe that institutional players and high-frequency traders benefit from the lack of transparency. Apes, in fact, think that dark pool activity impacts prices and contributes to downward pressure on AMC stock. On Twitter, the hashtag suspend dark pools has been a trending topic and urges regulators to suspend dark pools for the sake of transparency and fairness for retail traders. And then Charles Payne tweeted, "Sunlight is the best disinfectant, a known fact for centuries, but coined by a Harvard grad. So maybe the so-called smart money will agree it's time for full transparency. And by the way, shove your disdain for the little guy and gal refusing to be sheep." The case of AMC seems to go beyond merely making a buck or earning chicken tendies in the market. It symbolizes a battle between retail and institutional investors for what the former believes to be the predatory practices that allegedly benefit the larger players. It is hard to say with certainty whether dark pools are one of the reasons behind AMC stock's struggle in recent weeks. Dark pools have been around for a considerable time, and not even they were able to prevent AMC and other meme stocks from rallying earlier this year on the back of short squeezes. For now, AMC investors seem committed to holding the stock and even adding to their positions to keep the battle going until the highly anticipated MOAS arrives. AMC investors have had a rough July, down more than 30%. What do you expect of AMC shares in August? So looks like somebody tweeted that out. Wall Street memes. For August, I don't know. Can I tweet? I'm gonna do this one. Is it gonna allow me to? I don't know. Can't. I'm not signed in. Just kidding. Interesting article. I mean, it's not really making a stand on anything. Just kind of reporting it like it is, which is cool. You know, at least we're getting reports out there of what's going on. That's unusual. I don't feel like it was one-sided. It was a good. That was a good article. The article was let's see how old that was. I think it was posted. Where is it? 28 minutes ago, so it's pretty recent. Pretty recent article. Here's another one. This one's from 16 hours ago. Let's check this one out. why it could be do or die time for AMC bears. Let's see here. Stock is up 2.8% to 39.08 at publication time. AMC daily charts analysis. Shares are trading. Oh, thank you for the ads. Shares are trading in what technical traders would call a flag pattern. Although this is considered bearish, the stock could break out of the pattern in either direction. The stock is trading below the 50-day moving average, green, and the 200-day moving average, indicating the sentiment in the stock has been bearish. Each of these moving averages may hold as an area of resistance in the future. So they've marked out that area of resistance. It looks like it's $60, just about $60, with a old resistance of $20. Yep, I remember those days. Here's the pattern resistance and pattern support. They got a nice wedge formation showing there, which, definitely is, it's squeezing down to that point. I like this chart analysis. It's not bad. Because we're kind of, here's your lower level support, your upper level support. Everything's kind of squeezing down to that center point, and so it's hard to say which way it's going to break out. Key AMC levels to watch. The stock is trading in a flag pattern, but outside of the flag pattern, the stock trades within a sideways channel on a larger scale. The flag pattern may break out in either direction, and likely we'll see a stronger push in the same direction as the break. If the stock breaks pattern resistance, it may push higher up towards the $60 resistance in the channel. A break pattern support could let the stock drop to near the potential $20 support level in the channel. I've always said that this stock should be trading somewhere between $25 to $30 just on its own. No apes, no hedge funds. Everything set aside, that's where this should be trading right now. What's next for AMC? Bullish traders would like to see the stock break above pattern resistance in the flag pattern. This could let the stock see an upward push towards channel resistance. Eventually, bulls would like to see the stock break above the channel of resistance and consolidate above it for the possibility that the stock sees another leg up. The best all-in-one stock market news tool. Benziga is gonna sell us on something. Bearish traders would like to see the stock break out of the flag pattern to the downside. If the stock can break below pattern support, then it may see a further push downward. Bears want to see the stock break below the pattern support and start heading towards 20 support. If the stock can break below the 20 support level, it may see another strong bearish push. So, they're really not saying a whole lot right there. How to get exclusive breaking news. And that's it. Nothing really there. Okay. So a little trend analysis that basically says yeah, look, here's a lower level support, here's an upper level support. It's trading in the middle. We don't know where it's going to go. Bears want it to go down, and bulls want it to go up. Congratulations. Smart guy. You need to tell us something we don't know. Show us something that show us an indicator that helps to identify what's happening. Let's look at this chart real quickly on Webull and see. Let's see if we can figure out something that they are not seeing. I bet we can. I'm just going to check and see how busy Citadel is. About normal. So let's look at it. I guess we'll do month. No, that's too. Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, it looked like they might have been on a day chart. No. Yes. Yeah, that looks about right. I think this is about what they were looking at right here. Is there a way to hide my lines in one fell swoop? That would be an awesome feature to add to Webull, and I'll suggest it. I'd like to see something where you can click one button and all your lines get kind of disappear for a minute so you can see what's going on. That would be incredibly useful. I'll bet you they have it, and I just don't know where it is. Okay. Anyways, let's actually do a 3-hour, 2-hour. Let's try 2-hour. That's nicer. Okay. So this is what I wanted to point out. This is the indicator I was going to head to see what's going on here. On the 2-hour level, which is a pretty good interval. It's pretty far out. You can see that the RSI is like right smack dab in the middle. So as they're saying, there is no pressure going up or down. It could move either direction based on that wedge formation that they were drawing and the RSI being where it's at. I would agree with the sentiment that it could go up or down. It has the ability to. However, and I'm going to delete these because I just can't see what I'm looking at here. However, well, I saw a nice George W here, and this looks like it could be another sideways George W. So if we followed on yesterday's trend, and we were to continue to follow that channel upwards for a completion of this George W, we would probably see price ending up at just above 40. And we did have the dip overnight though. So maybe almost 40. That might be where I kind of swing my price prediction for the day. Let's go back to 30-minute interval. I'm going to do some Fibonacci retracements off of yesterday's movement. And then I'm going to do another one off of something that was a little bit higher. Probably this right here. And just kind of come over and check and see how that looks. See if it supports our levels of resistance and support. Yeah, I'd say that's tracking. A little bit of a breakout. Kind of missing a whole bunch of information right here. This is really what I wanted to capture. It looks like this is off. Excuse me while I just try to clean some things up here real quick. Wow, that's way off. All right, let's see how that looks. So it looks like we're kind of trending inside the channel of the level of support and resistance from yesterday, where we kind of closed at. It does show a touch point up here and a touch point down here. That looks pretty good. I'm still kind of missing information. It looks like I'm missing something in here and also in here as well. Although it did touch point. We'll go ahead and run with these for now. The 50% line, at least for one of the two that I had set up, is at 39.26. So if we were going to see some positive movement today, we want to see a breakout above that. The other one that I have is at 37.81. So we don't want to see it drop below 37.81. And we do want to see it break out above 39.26. So that's kind of like a level of two different levels of support and resistance that we're kind of needing to hold. And we're trading like almost in the middle of them. We are currently trading below VWAP. Volume has dried up again. Every once in a while we get this little pokey stick of volume. Let's look how AMC did on Fidelity, how we closed up on that as far as the buy versus sell ratios. We'll see if the date changed on there. Okay, so we are in third position. Looks like Apple and AMD are above us. We're beating out Microsoft and GME. GME has an amazing buy to sell ratio. So this is information from yesterday's closing. 87 buys to 13% sales on GME. AMC being at 61.39. So definitely some heavy buying going on in both heavy buying going on in GME and some semi-heavy AMC trading. AMD was actually down. They had more people selling than buying. Let's see, was Apple outperforming us? We were at 61. They're at 64, so it's pretty close. Oh, this isn't Microsoft. MSFT is says a South Korean game developer. Okay, my bad. What is Microsoft? I don't think that I know. In general, the market at least Amazon appears to be up. Looks like they had their earnings report, and it was, as far as I know, it was a good earnings report. Let's see what we got here. The market. I don't know what day I'm on for beard growing, but woof, it's getting rough. Looks like 4,492 advancers to 2,141 decliners. So it appears that the market's on a positive roll for this morning. Heavier gains than losses. The Nasdaq is up, while the Dow Jones and S&P 500 are slightly down. Oh, I'm sorry, Duncan. I I haven't even been watching. Interesting thing happened with the open puts compared to yesterday. Um, all open interest puts at 30 have been closed. Was 24,000 yesterday. Same with 33 to 34 and 37, all closed. Going out on a limb here, my amateur TA makes me think we'll see a breakout either way. Late 29th or early 30th option makes me believe it will be a bullish one. Bias confirmation. Either way, I'm strange. Puts are back. Yeah, let me check the options again. Sorry, I thought you'd be gone today. I didn't think you're gonna be here. Uh, with the wife's birthday, so I appreciate you being here. Looking at the options, and let me pull it over real quick here. Um, so I had previously had 30 with 24.5, and it looks like 30 is at 23.6. So there was some options that have been traded off. What is that, like one little less than 1,000? So 23.6. And on the call side, I have 22.9, so that's risen ever so slightly. 22.9. And I'm going to drive down to the 125 just to see where it's at. 34.8, so that's risen just ever so slightly. So updated, and so they disappeared, but then they came back. Yeah. There's some strange reporting stuff that goes on. I don't know who you use for yours. Fidelity has what appears to be a little bit better tracking system, and I might start using it instead. I'll show you what it looks like if I can pull it up. Let me see here. Give me 1 second. I'll pull it up here. I have to try to avoid showing any of my personal information, which I've done before. Let's see, options. Okay, I think this should be safe. So this is what Fidelity's page looks like. And I'll get rid of my tally marks here. Oh, they're gone. Okay. So this is what the options look like on Fidelity. So they don't give like the entire spread. They just kind of. I mean, I think you can increase the amount, but it just kind of gives like a $10 range, or 10 strike point range. So 34 to 43 in this case. So it wouldn't cover everything that we would need. So I'd need to increase that more. That way I can get to, so you can see that high level of open interest that's on the $30 strike. This might be the way to go as far as tracking it goes. It looks a little bit cleaner. You can see that the volume level for the day is not there. Like it resets at a more appropriate time than Yahoo. Because I think Yahoo's what I've been using. So this might be the better way to track this. And I tend to believe that this updates more regularly and probably is more accurate as well. Oh, let's see. Day of inflow versus outflow volume, or order flow distribution yesterday was about 10 million, almost $10 million higher than the outflow. Where are we headed? It looks like the typical downswing. We got about 15 more minutes until we see that volume really get low here. And I guess today is, I think, Eric's day to go first. Because I went first yesterday, and Duncan, you went first the day before. I'm gonna check out and see if John is available for a price. Just because I know he said 3 days, but I don't know if he's gonna be available for one or not today. I'll text him and see if he's wanting to jump back into the game here. Let's see if there's any new AMC 13F or NP filings. There is. Okay, so the last one from yesterday that I saw was this UWM Pro Shares Ultra. Now I have a small cap fund index, and that looks like it was a purchase of 179,000 shares. And at this 1706 price point, it's gotta be old data. Reporting from 531. Yeah. Then we have a sell-off of JJJ Advisors. How much did they sell? Not very much. Maybe 10 shares. Because they had sold off before. Looks like in December they sold off some shares, and then they bought 10 shares back in March, and then in June sold them all. So it was a 10 share sale. Congratulations on your money that you made. Stonebridge bought 200. Small cap fund value fund rather bought 101.9 thousand. Hoover Financial Advisors. Looks like they sold 15 shares that they had purchased back in May. That's actually current data. So they just sold that off. They sold 15 shares yesterday. Oh no, I'm sorry. That's the 30th, 6:30. Never mind. I keep looking over at the file date. I always leave that doggone data up there, and you can't see probably. Okay, so that's that. And John Hancock Funds 2 Strategic Equity Allocation Fund. Looks like they bought 58,272 shares. When did they buy those? Oh, back in May. Okay, so people still reporting really old data to Fintel. Super old. Let's see here. Checking Citadel to see what kind of new filings they have. Nothing new for Citadel. And last but not least, checking Reddit to see what the general consensus is. Here's a funny one. This is posted by Exec Order 066. The stock market is so rigged, even newspaper cartoons are ridiculing it. The stock market is so rigged. Oh, please, work at a hedge fund. The market is not rigged. I mean, sure, we often short stocks, betting that they'll fall, and then sell millions of fake shares that don't actually exist to force the price to fall. But that's all legal. No, it's not. Then how come the Securities and Exchange Commission lets us do it? Because it's rigged. If a stock illegally falls in the woods and the SEC chooses not to hear it, did it make an illegal sound? Oh boy. That's cool. I'm waiting to see like a Saturday Night Live reference. I want to point out something that I thought was really interesting. So the IPO for Robinhood is releasing today. And what I find really interesting is that they publicly announced that they were going to create an IPO. Um, the thing is that most companies that I've seen do that, the amount of time that it takes for them to be approved is a lot longer than it took for them. In fact, there were people that were speculating that this IPO release wouldn't even be until possibly the end of this year or going into next year. And I find it extremely odd that it got approved in such a short period of time and is going up for a launch on that happens to be the same exact day that shareholder meeting is happening. Um, I am expecting to see all kinds of fuckery going on with this. Um, this just reeks of hedge fund shenanigans to me. We're gonna see something. We're gonna see something kind of crazy happen, I imagine. I wouldn't be surprised if like something happens with the company and they end up announcing that they have to go bankrupt and watching Citadel buy them out. I know there's still a lot of people stuck in Robinhood, and I think Citadel would love to have that business. You know, they already have it, but to own the company too would be even bigger for them. We may own the free float, but if we have a lot of people still stuck in Robinhood, even if it's not our own people, even if there's shareholders for other stocks and they're making money off of them if they own the company. I mean, talk about a can you imagine Citadel owning the company and then also being their broker as well, or owning the downside uh, on AMC. Yeah, I'm sure the news on Hood is being pushed. Um, I don't know what their long play is going to be on that. You know, like are they going to try to short that stock and force the company into bankruptcy and try to take over, or are they going to try and push it long and make money off of it? It's hard to say. Let me catch up on my Twitter real quick here. Let me see what's going on in Twitter land. Just going through checking to see what I got here on Twitter. Okay, Eric's responding here. He's going to be putting in his price prediction. We have a nice little spike up in price right now, up to looks like it got us back to even. Oh, or never mind. What just happened there? It was showing even, and then it disappeared. Interesting. That would be our 7 a.m. Pokey stick of volume. It's at whew, so low. That can't be the 7 a.m. Pokey stick of volume because it's only 41,000. That can't be it. It's got to be another. It's got to be this one that's coming up. What? There's no way. That is so low. It's only 41,000 shares. Oh my goodness, 119,000. Oh boy, 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 oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yikes. That's such crazy low volume. Huh. Eric's going 35.50 to 38.50. 35.50. I have to say I'm a little stunned right now. I'm still trying to just process this in my head. The idea that we just had our morning 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume and it was only 41,000. I've never seen it that low. What's going on here? So if volume is dependent upon how much resistance that we're going to have in the negative direction, meaning that they're not going to be fighting it today, and that's why we see such low volume at 7 a.m. It could mean that they're not borrowing a bunch of shares to short the stock. I don't know what to make of this. Oh, they just borrowed all the shares at 500,000 at 7. I guess it would be 6. Okay, I'm going to adjust my volume prediction for the day back down to 50 to 70. It looks like John's saying he's going to take a look at it. Let me just tell him that what Eric's value came in at. 35.8 to 38.8. Man. Wow. That volume's so low. If they're not going to fight today, and they're not going to fight probably because they're going to be focused on what's going on with Robinhood. Does that mean that we could have a run day today, and they'll get to us when they can, or because I really feel like that's what this is indicating. Like, they're not going to try and they're not going to try and manipulate this heavily. I'm going to go with I think I'm going to hedge around 39. So 37.5 to 40.5. That's tentatively, I think, what I'm going to go for. 37.5 to 40.5. Although I tend to think that with the volume being so low today, I have a feeling we might be able to get a nice little run up. I think the attention's being taken somewhere else. And it doesn't mean they can't fight multiple fronts at once. We've seen them. We know they can do that, but I do think that they're gonna. This might be a chance for us to run up a little bit today, but I think that's what I'm gonna stick with. $37.8 to 40.8. Yeah, that's really close. That's really close to what I'm getting to. 37.5 to 40.5. Let's see what John comes in at here. Yeah, I'll go ahead and start changing my values. 38.5. I think there's an outside chance that we just break over 40 today. Eric's lower number. $35.5. And mine was 37.5. Okay, so John's going to go 36 to 39. And I think the only value that I'm missing is Eric's upper level. Needs to be down at 38.8. It looks like Eric. You know, it's possible we could open up where Eric would look bearish for the day. Wait, where the heck did that line go? Did I just? Oh, there it is. I was like, wait a minute. 38.8, right? Yeah, 38.8. I did not drag on that. Where the heck does it keep disappearing to? Why is it doing that? It's so weird. Making me look like I'm drinking this morning or something. Jeez. All right, let's make sure everything's right here. 37.50 40.50 is correct. 35.50 to 38.80. Nope, this is not correct. Should be 35.80. And John's 36 to 39 is right. But yeah, Eric could come in as being a little bit bearish if it does open above 38.80. Do I see that happening? It could. We could wind up finding ourselves above 38.80 before the market opens. We'd have to have a pretty good push, though, I think, in order to see that. Amazon is up 0.18 in the pre-market at 36.30. Cinemark is up 0.81%. Doge is down. What is that looking like? They're down ever so slightly. They're kind of hovering around at 20 cents. GameStop is up 1%. Looks like they had a nice drive in Europe to start the day off. And then, of course, it was brought right back, almost back to where it started from, but it stayed just slightly higher. And Duncan, I can give you your own. I can give you your own column. I'll have to create it. I'm gonna put everybody in as sideways today. Duncan, we can add you in. Eric's wanting to know what we chose. he's not watching. Let's see. Let me tell him what we're at here. 37.5 to 40.5 for me. So the price is kind of is heading back up a little bit here. You want to be the backstopper? Okay, the pinch hitter. Over here in the States, we'd call him the pinch hitter. You're the guy that fills in for anybody who's out for the day. First off the bench, bench warmer. I was in high school. Um, I had problems with my grades in high school, so I was ineligible for one of my favorite sports that I played. I played water polo in high school, and so my junior year, no, was it my junior year? Yeah, I think it was my junior year. No, it was sophomore. My sophomore year, I was ineligible for water polo. So I played my freshman year. My sophomore year, I didn't get to play, and then as a junior, I came back and I was playing. I was allowed to practice my sophomore year, but I wasn't allowed to play because of the ineligibility. So I was still, you know, learning and practicing and all that kind of stuff, and so I didn't lose anything. But because of the fact that I had missed my sophomore year as a junior, they said we're going to put you on the JV team because all the rest of the guys were in last year are we're going to let them be the varsity guys. So the varsity team was comprised of juniors and seniors. So there was only two people. There was only two juniors on my junior year that were on the JV team. So this is like the step down from varsity, and so we actually ended up being like the team captains, and so we like, I mean, we had a stellar year. We won everything. It was just an amazing season. It was so simple. But then my senior year, I played varsity, and I ended up being number one seat off the chair. So I was always the first guy to go in off the bench, and I remember being that guy on the bench. You get like super hyped and you're ready to jump in, and and it's funny because you're always getting thrown in during these times where there's like these like lull times where it's kind of non-important times, where it just kind of like feels like it's dead. Um, Maybe not like crucial moments, and so but you're always pumped, you're like jacked because you're just watching everything that's going on, and the coach throws you in when he knows that there's this lull coming, and so you jump in the water, you're ready to go, you're just ready to fire everything up, and it's you jump in, and it's the level of anticipation of what's going on is just so much lower than what you're hyped up for. And so I just remember going in all the time, just like super amped up, and there's just the performance just wasn't there. See, I'm getting text here. Mm. Let's see. It's kind of weird. I'm watching the inflow over here. I don't know if you noticed or not, but it was 10 million. Oh, am I looking? I'm looking at the right thing. It was 10 million difference in inflow versus outflow, and now it's updated and is showing identical inflow to outflow. Pretty sure I updated this earlier. I don't know. I don't know what happened there. It's kind of weird. I thought I updated that earlier. Maybe I didn't. Well, we had a 2% update on identical inflow versus outflow, which I don't know how that really works out. We're starting to move up above the VWAP. That's a good thing. I like where we're heading right now. GME is kind of flatlining. Yeah, I think we could have like a slight update today. should we watch Robinhood and just see what happens? I feel like that's something we should watch. Just sometimes it's fun to see a train crash. You know, maybe it ends up doing really well. Let's add it. Let's add it on here. We'll add it to our watch list. Boom. There it is. No data, of course, because it hasn't been traded yet. And let's see, I think I got to star this in order to follow it onto my watch list. Okay, so it's on there. Wait, I don't want that there. My watch list, there we go. All right, it is up there. We can take a look at Robinhood at some point throughout the day today, and just kind of watch the train crash as it happens, unfolds. We'll see where it goes. Short share interest is up quite a bit. Actually, the amount of shares that's been borrowed is way up. So check it out. 15.28% short share interest with 1.99 million shares borrowed. This is big. I've not seen that kind of activity in a little while. It's been quite a while actually since I've seen that kind of borrowing and short share interest jumping the way that it has. So let's see what's the cause of this. Because it was 14.97. I mean, it usually increases a little bit, but not a jump like that to 15.28. That's pretty good jump. Interesting. I'm curious to see where that goes. Boy, that really kind of makes me want to change my price now. If they're expecting extremely volatile day to day, what are they expecting news-wise? There's something they know that we don't know. I think I saw something posted last night about there being talks about not allowing, was it dark pool trading or some type of, there was something that I saw. I'm looking for it right now and I can't find it. You know, somebody on Reddit says the contribution 506 said that you know, they were noticing that the shares were borrowed out of this section right here, but it, you know, I see that daily. It happens, you know, it drops down to 0 and then shortly thereafter returns. That's not unusual. If you watch it, if you watch that stuff often enough, you'll see those kind of things happening. We are climbing back up there. Right, that's it. The motion to look into yeah, the dark pools and the PFOF and jail time. That's what I had seen. That's exactly what it was I was reading. Oh, okay. So it's something to come in the future. The thing that I was reading made it sound like it was going to happen soon. I'll be right back. Give me a second. I gotta let the dog out real quick here. The bunnies scatter, man. They just take off now. They know better. Um. So let's look at this real quick. Um. I don't know the answer to what I'm about to ask. So we're gonna try and look at this together real quick and figure this out. So the first thing I'm gonna look up is what is stock utilization rate? And I know the answer to this one, but I'm posting it up here so we can all see this together. And I want to make I kind of want to make a point. Utilization rate is the number of shares borrowed divided by the number of shares that institutional investors are willing to lend. So this part here where it says institutional investors are willing to lend is a big question mark. We don't really know how much they're willing to lend, but can we figure that out? And I'll show you that I think that we can. But I want to show you how those numbers how they impact each other. So this is kind of a little bit of a rabbit hole. I was commenting on something that somebody had posted last night. It says a higher rate indicates the more of the supply of shares in the securities lending market is being borrowed. Obviously, that makes sense, right? All right, so let's reverse figure this out real quick here. If we know what utilization is, right, or at least we know what they're reporting utilization to be, let's look at this. And let's do a little maths. This is going to be a fun little brain exercise. So utilization is 88.25%. Okay, this is a percentage. So if we know that 88.25 is the percentage of utilization, and we also know, if we look on loan, we can see that there is currently 97.6. We're just going to go with 97.7 because it's really close. So 97.7 million. So I'm just going to go put 97.7 million like that. Okay. So if we have 97,700,000 shares on loan, and its current utilization rate is 88%, then we should be able to find out how many shares are available for loan by dividing that number by the percentage. So the total amount of shares that should be available for on loan is roughly 111 million. But let me show you why this is important, this number. I'm going to save this on the calculator, and we're going to look at this. This is so important. Free float. What is free float? Free float is the amount of shares that the average investor can trade with. So you have to ask yourself, okay, well, how many shares are on the free float? So let's see. AMC free float shares. So this is where I got the number from. So if you look at the float, it's currently at 448 million. Now, remember this number right back here. If the total amount of float is 448 million, and you add the 110 million shares that, this is comprised of what is available to loan in total versus what's loaned out already, and you add it to 448, the implied, or the shares outstanding is 513. You add 448.7 to 110, and you get 558, right? 558 million. That's already more than the total shares outstanding. So those numbers just don't add up. They just plain and simple don't add up. So you have to ask yourself, what is our current utilization? Is our current utilization actually more? If they have 110,000, is that suggesting that we don't own the float? Because I'm quite certain that we own the float. I'm quite certain of it. It does mean, we know that they can borrow shares from the float. We know that for a fact. But we also know that the difference between the outstanding shares and the float is the institutional shares that are held, which is slightly less than 100 million. So I'm willing to say that I think that our utilization is nearly 100%. Because based on the information that I'm looking at right here, they're saying that they have 110 million shares to borrow, to put up for borrow. So something's not adding up when you look at that. It's just not adding up. It's just kind of something that I kind of wanted to make a point in pointing out that utilization, even though we're tracking it, and when you look at the tally marks that I put up, right, I've got utilization as 88.25%, and we want to see it over 95%. But I tend to think that there's, that's reporting on the utilization is reporting on how many shares there are available to borrow, but that when you start doing the math, it shows that there's more than there is supposed to be to borrow. In other words, it's eating into our float. And I really feel like utilization should be an indicator. I feel like it's supposed to be an indicator of how much of the float is being utilized. But that's not really what the indicator is about. The indicator, based on the definition, it's the number of shares borrowed divided by the number of shares institutional investors are willing to lend. And if they're willing to lend outside of or into the float, then that utilization number, because everybody keeps looking at utilization as it's utilization of the float, and that's not what it is. That's not what utilization is. Utilization is the available amount of shares that are supposed to be lent, and how much is allowed to being lent, divided by how many is actually lent out. And they're damn near done. They damn near have like all the shares they can possibly lend out. They're shy by like 10 or 11 million shares. and that's something we can eat through in a day. So, in my opinion, they're all lent out right now. So if you're talking about how much of the float is out there, how much of the float is owned, we own the float. We're at 100% utilization of the float. I mean, those numbers just, you can't deny it. So I kind of tend to want to put, until I see on loan values drop below a certain level to kind of make those numbers make more sense. I'm willing to put utilization at 100% because we own the float, and that's what we're looking for. Let's see. John's saying, so that's really interesting. I think that's something that we need to dive into some more and try and get Ortex to get better data reporting. I want to know how they're seeing how many shares are available to borrow, because they're getting that number from somewhere. They're getting a report from somebody pulling data as to where they're doing the same thing that everybody else is doing and calling around and finding out who has shares to borrow. In which case, utilization can become anything. Right? Let's just say, for example, BlackRock decides to dump another million shares onto the market. It just changes your utilization. So that number has like no bearing whatsoever on what's actually happening. Uh, you know, it just, all it really tells me is that they're willing to borrow shares or put shares up to borrow. That's what this utilization is indicating is that they're willing to continue to let people borrow shares, um, and there's at least 10 million of them sitting out there floating around just ready to be borrowed. Which, on any given day, I feel like we could probably eat those up pretty quick. So John's pointing out right now that there's a pennant formation. This is very similar to what we were looking at in that report. But there was this George W. that we had right here, right? And you got this nice upwards movement here. And he's saying that there's a pennant formation happening, which is right along the lines of what we saw in that article. So yeah, so there's this pennant that's happening right here. If we were to draw, like, we could draw it out basically, just to kind of show what that's going to look like. Where's my second touch point? Right there. So moving back down to 1 minute interval, you know, it's showing a breakout. Looks like actually we're already broke out of the pennant, honestly. Yeah, I'd have to say that we already broke out of the pennant, and I mean it's not like we're shooting up, but hmm. I'm gonna get rid of this real quick and just see if I can draw a little bit better of a pennant. Maybe we'll go to 1 hour mark. Boy, I can't see anything there. It's so just garbled up. All my lines. I really need a way to be able to just like click something and have them like disappear. Mm. Yeah, I think the only way to really see this is at least like a 30-minute interval. And the only way I can really draw it out is something that looks a little bit like this, but I think we're outside of the pennant. I mean, that's what it looks like to me. Okay, gonna go let the dog and I'll be right back. Yeah, so utilization. Yeah, I want to get in touch with True Demon again and talk to him about utilization. Just because I think that's I don't know. I think it's an important topic and it's something to discuss. If you're going to look at utilization as being an indicator of something that's going to happen, but your utilization is based off of random numbers that change, based off of what's being willing to be lent out, then you can't really. I mean, it'll show you like a good indicator of when there's pressure being applied because there's no shares left to borrow. But in terms of it, of how much of the free float is, or of how much of the float is owned by institutional investors, we own it all. The numbers that I think definitively prove that. The question is I guess the question is, should we be using free utilization as an indicator? And I'm struggling with that. Getting really close to calling, having to call at least Eric bearish for the day. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of our arrows. I might actually put them in. I'm going to put them in as even right now. Even across the board. But if it changes, I'll change them. Yeah, I think I don't know. Utilization, such a weird one for me. I gotta do a deep dive into that. I just don't know that we can use that as an indicator. I mean, I know it shows pressure on the hedge funds, but I mean, as long as people are willing to just lend out shares constantly, I don't see how that number's of course, people are going to lend their shares. They're getting huge profits off of off of lending the shares. So why wouldn't they? So I do have the Robinhood IPO up, so we can see what happens. Looks like their order book is already full. So it looks like somebody really wants some shares bad. Willing to pay $1,500 for one share. It looks like to me. I don't know what they're starting out the price at. I didn't see it. It does say $38 up here, so maybe they're starting the price at 38. There is already some sells below 38, which I have no idea why somebody would do that. You know, why would you buy them for 38 and then sell them for 30 immediately? but over 38, there's quite a few orders in here. So I would imagine that the price is going to rise on the IPO for the day. Well, this is going to be where they're going to pick up some money if they're going to pick it up somewhere. Over 45 million shares traded in dark pools yesterday for AMC. 45.1 to be exact, and that's courtesy of Wall Street owes me on Reddit. That's a lot of shares. You know, there is something I'm going to say real quickly here, and I haven't done a whole lot of research on this. Actually, before I say it, let me do some research. Let me look up something. Okay, I want to point this out because I think I do disagree with this. I just inherently disagree with it just because um, I think there's a little bit of conflict of interest that goes on, but you know, don't take my thoughts as being um, correct, but it's just my viewpoints. But here's 3 reasons to separate CEO and chair positions on a board. Um, all public corporations in the United States are required to have a board of directors that is tasked with overseeing corporate activities and protects the interests of the company's shareholders. The board is headed by a chair who has influence over the direction of the board. In many companies, the chief executive officer, CEO, who holds the top management position in the company, also serves. Uh, in many companies, the chief executive officer who holds the top management position in the company also serves as chair of the board. This is often the case with companies that have grown rapidly and still retain the initial founder in those roles. The issue of whether holding both roles reduces the effectiveness of the board is a hot topic and often rears its head at shareholder meetings. There's good reasons to separate the two positions in order to strengthen the overall integrity of the company. An increase in executive pay generally gets the attention of company shareholders. Increase comes at the expense of shareholders' profits. Although most understand that competitive pay helps keep talent in the business, however, it is the board of directors that votes to increase executive pay. When the CEO is also the chair, a conflict of interest arises as the CEO is voting on his or her own compensation. Although a board is required by legislation to have some members who are independent of management, the chair can influence the activities of the board, which allows for abuse of the chair position. I'm not happy about Adam Aaron being the chair of the company. I think he has a very clear job that he needs to be doing right now, which is to run the company, and being the head of the board right now is not. I see that as a power grab on his part. Um, I don't know. I'm torn because he's quote unquote listening to the apes. So maybe we'll have better representation from him being the head of the board. But at the same time, I still feel like this is a major power grab on his part. Corporate governance. One of the board's main roles is to monitor the operations of the company and to ensure that it is being run in conjunction with the mandate of the company and the will of the shareholders. As the CEO is the management position responsible for driving those operations, having a combined role results in monitoring oneself, which opens the door for abuse of the position. A board led by an independent chair is more likely to identify and monitor areas of the company that are drifting from its mandate and to put into place corrective measures to get it back on track. And then it says important. The relationship between a company's management and board of directors remains a crucial topic after a string of company failures. Any future failures linked to this lack of segregation of duties will heighten the conversation and may lead to even stricter legislation. Audit Committee independence. In 2002, the Sarbanes-Oxley Act, legislated as a response to several high-profile corporate failures, set out stronger regulations for corporate oversight, including a requirement that the Audit Committee consist of only external board members. This means that no member of management can sit on the Audit Committee. However, because the committee is a subgroup of the board of directors and reports to the chair, having the CEO in the chair role limits the effectiveness of the committee. This is especially true for the whistleblower clause. Sarbanes-Oxley requires that the audit committee have a procedure where employees and other connected individuals can report fraud and other abuse directly to the committee without reprisal. When the board is led by management, employees may be less likely to report such activities, and the audit committee may be less likely to act on such reports. It's dangerous, man. I feel like it's dangerous. I don't think Adam Aaron should be the head of the board. I think we need to get somebody else in there. I don't know who. I don't I don't have any suggestions. I don't know people. About 30 minutes left before the market opens. Hmm. So I do have the pennant drawn out, and it looks like that the pennant releases at about looks like it intersects after the end of the day. It does, I don't know, on different time intervals, it makes it look like we've already broken out of that pennant. On the 5 minute interval, it sure makes it look like we broke out. But when you go to the 1 minute, it shows that we're still just slightly on the inside of it, which it's supposed to end at like 1300 Eastern Standard Time. And we're just kind of bouncing right now between 38.29 and 38.73. Stretching. I gotta ask that question. I'm sending out a quick message to True Demon. I want to ask him a question about this utilization because I don't know. Holy moly, 3.81 or 3.18 million shares borrowed. Wow, that's big. That's big, guys. No shares returned as of yet for the day. That's massive. right here. No return shares yet, as of yet, and short share interest is spiking. Be prepared for something big today. 3 million shares is a lot. Those are some big numbers. Wow. Okay. So this is the post that I submitted to True Demon, and I think hopefully he'll read this and get back to me. So check this out. If utilization is the amount of shares on loan divided by the amount of shares that is available to be lent, then isn't this a movable standard based on what is willing to be lent and not really a true indication of how much of the float is owned? For example, on loan is 97.6 million shares. Utilization is 88.25%. This means that there's 110.7 million shares available to loan. If you add that value to the float, you get 559.4 million shares, which exceeds the outstanding shares. I understand that lending shares comes from the float as well, but I'm trying to point out that utilization is maxed out. No? Because to me that means you've got more available to loan than there is in institutional ownership, which means that they're eating into the float to loan shares, which we know is okay. They're doing. We know they're doing that. We know that people have shares available to lend on their brokers. Maybe Robinhood's doing it. Whoever, brokers are doing it. But I don't feel like you can use that as an indicator. If you're going to say that there's 88% utilization, well, the brokers can decide how much they're going to lend out, when they're going to lend it out, and so therefore you can't really use that utilization as an indicator as to how much, I guess, how much of the float's owned, because we know we own the float. So So really that indicator's null and void, and it's really just it's 100%. We own 100%. I don't know. I want to know what the answer to that is. I want to know how he sees it anyways. I feel like that indicator's maxed out. Like if you want to talk about um if you want to talk about indicators to identify, so the more pressure, there's going to be more pressure when there's no shares to be lent. So I understand that, and that's why we're looking at utilization. But the thing is that if we own the float, there's no way buying more shares is not buying and holding isn't going to raise the utilization rate. Keeping the float in the float and not allowing those shares to be borrowed is what's going to cause utilization to drive up. So really, that's the problem. The problem is that we have too many people who have shares that are out for loan from the float. It has to be because there's 110 million shares available to be borrowed, and almost all of them are being borrowed currently. All within 12%. Well, 11.75%, which is roughly equates to about 10 million shares. So it indicates how much they will be able to fuck with this. Look at it as ammo, no ammo, difficult to keep downward pressure. Right, understood, but that value changes based off of what they're willing to lend. If they just suddenly decide to stop lending one day, that number becomes 100%. So I don't feel like it's a good indicator. Like it's strictly based off of what they're willing to lend. Do you see what I'm saying? Like it's an uncontrollable factor. Right, exactly. It can definitely be withdrawn. Um, I guess my point is that when he's pointing out utilization, is he pointing it out because he's trying to indicate that we need to buy more in order to drive up utilization? Because that won't be the case. Utilization will not go up based off of people buying more shares. What will cause utilization to go up is available float shares not being able to be lent, and also lenders or the brokers deciding to not lend. That's what drives utilization up. So I feel like it's a false number to look at to tell people, oh look, we need to buy more shares because we don't own 100% utilization. That's an incorrect statement. Because I mean, the simple math that I just showed you shows that there's 110 million shares. If you add 110 million to the float, that puts you um, over the total amount of shares possible by a lot. Not just a little, a lot. I suspect this is part of the BlackRock's game. Lend them now, withdraw them when most vulnerable. I agree. I agree, but how do they know? How do they? I guess this is just the game. This is part of the game. We're waiting for institutions to decide that they're done lending in that metric. Because the only other way that we can control that metric is by securing the float and not allowing the float to be borrowed. That's the only way we can control that metric. I don't know. I feel like I say that way too often. I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. The trigger price for SSR today is $35. Just keep that in the back of your head today, as the day moves forward. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make sense to me. The float is owned. The only way we control that metric is to just stop shares from the float being lent out. That's all we can do. If we stop that, that number would be 100% right now. That's the point that needs to be made. I think that's the point. So I'm gonna post that today on Reddit. That's the point that needs to be made. If we stop lending out shares through our brokers, we immediately drive utilization up to 100%. If we can immediately drive utilization up to 100%, that's gonna apply massive amounts of stress, because there will be no shares to be lent, and they can't continue to do what they're doing. That's the answer. We just have way too many people who have their shares being lent out. That needs to be posted. Um, so I know one of the key indicators that he had put up there was to buy and to hold, and while I agree with that, I think it needs to change to get off of broker lending of your shares. That's probably more important than buying and holding at this point. I mean, holding is obviously always number one, but buying isn't even important right now. What's more important is getting those shares off the lending, because as we drive that utilization up to 100%, it's gonna just wreck people. It's gonna wreck them. No shares to be borrowed. No availability to be able to short ladder attack the price. So getting off PFOF and getting your brokers to stop lending your shares are probably some of the most important things we can do. Yeah, we need to get that message out. We've obviously got a lot of people out there who are lending shares, because I imagine that I mean, think of it like this. Um, if the difference between the float and the shares outstanding is less than 100 million, which it is. Let's see. I'll just do the math real quick. 513.3 minus 448.7. 64.6 million. So on loan currently, there's like 30 million more, over 30 million more shares that are on loan than there is in institutional ownership. That's a lot. It's a third. It's a third of all of the outstanding shares on loan. If everybody were to take away their broker's ability to loan out their shares, that would instantly dry up and they would have absolutely nothing to loan anymore because the institutional ownership would be at 60 million. It would drop. It would just absolutely, it would cause all kinds of havoc. There needs to be a huge run on people getting their brokers to stop lending their shares. And I'll bet you majority of it is coming from Robinhood. 30 million shares. Think about that. 30 million shares are being lent at the very minimum from brokers of people's shares. 30 million. That's a lot. That's a lot. And actually the when you work the math, there's actually 10 more million out there to be borrowed. So that's 40 million shares worth of at least of retail investors' shares that are up for borrowing. 40 million. We need to drive that down. I think that's the avenue that we need to approach. Posting this to Reddit is saying we have 40 million shares out there. Who's doing their part and who's not? Because there's people out there that have 40 million shares. If you divide that by the last count that we had on how many investors there is, there's in North America alone there's 4.1 million investors. That's 10 shares. Wait, isn't that 10? Yeah, that's 10 shares a person. For every investor that we have in North America, that's 10 shares that they're loaning out. Right. Exactly. It should optimally it should only be, and that's a small amount. That's only 64 million. That's as many as it should be able to be lent out, and yet there's 40 on top of that. We need to get this message out. This message really needs to be big because we can actually swing. Once you see utilization hit 100%, this could swing the tides completely. I mean, just absolutely completely swing. I'm gonna post it out. I'm gonna take. Actually, I got to start the show in a couple minutes. Yeah, I have enough time. I'm gonna post this out to Reddit. If we accept that there are synthetic shares and institutions own 20%, those 20% constitute more shares than 20% of the float. You're working my brain here. Let me understand that. Other side of this is if we accept there are synthetic shares and institutions own 20%. Those 20% constitute more shares than 20% of the float. So you're suggesting that they're loaning out fake shares, and it could be up to as much as 20%. And so the actual amount that I think that's what you're suggesting. Because I feel like they have to actually have. I feel like they actually have to have those shares in order to lend them. They can't just lend like synthetics. I don't think. Could they? I don't know. That's a great question. But still, I think we need to post that out there that there's potentially 40 million shares being lent through. So 64.6. I need to put it in accurate numbers because I don't want to post and then everybody call me out on like some bullshit like leftover shares. Let's see. So 513.33 minus 448.74. Okay, so there's 64.59 million shares out there for institutionals to own. All right, so let's do the math here. All right, posting I'm calling. I don't typically. I hate to call it DD. I usually work off of shit DD or something like that, just because I don't always feel like my stuff is the best work. But I'm gonna post this as DD. I feel like I need to post this on the computer so that I can. So it's like really big. Okay, I got to start the feed here. A little bit late, so enjoy the opening. I'll be back.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Hey, we've got a problem here.
What did you do?
Nothing. I stirred the tanks.
This is Houston. Say again, please.
Houston, we have a problem.
Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, hold, and screw the hedgie. Oh man, rough start here in the morning. Here we go. Let's try that again with the music here. All right, let's try this again. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, hold, and screw the hedgie. A little rough start to the beginning of the morning here. Volume is really low. We're only at 2.77 million shares traded in the first 5 minutes. To any other stock, that would seem like an amazing amount, but to us, not so much. Let's see here. So we do have a wedge formation that started up. And you can kind of see the bottom edge of the line down here that I've got. It's going to end at about 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So we'll see. It looked like we tried to break out of that wedge. They really tried to move us towards breaking out of the bottom side of that wedge here just a little bit ago. But it is driving the price back up again. Today is the first day for Robinhood to be listed. I don't see it trading yet. I'm not sure if there's a specific time for that to start trading. Did have 37.8 as my main resistance. Seems to hold for now. 37.8. It drove just a little bit past that, and but it is driving up beyond. Currently, 37.81 is what I have for that 50% level of resistance that I said that we want to try and stay above, and it did. It hit that and bounced off of it quite nicely. We want to try and maintain the support for that 37.81 if at all possible, and we want to drive past 39.26. There's going to be a lot of level resistance at that level at 39.26 to keep us out of that 40 range. But you can see the other side of this wedge, this pennant. It's actually a pennant that's formed, and it's, like I said, it's going to end at 1 o'clock today. I believe it was 1 o'clock. Maybe it was a little bit later. Oh, on the 1 minute interval, it's going to be. I think it's pretty much going to be a. Let's see, 5-day. The wedge might actually end into the after hours. Originally it saw 1 o'clock, but I think that might have been under 1 minute interval. Yeah, there it is. So on a 1 minute interval, I'm getting about 1 o'clock, a little after. I was in the middle of posting that post, and the way that I'm titling it is there are 40 million retail shares to be borrowed on the market. We can have a major impact on utilization if we stop this. And then I think what I'm going to do is consider it a text, and in the body of the text I'll break it down. So let's see. The float equals 448.74 million. Actually, I need to start that out differently. I need to say how many on loan. On loan equals. It looks like on loan yesterday ended at 97 point. I'm just going to call it 97.7. 97.7 million. And then utilization equals 88.25%. Available to loan equals, it's going to be 97.7 million. So 97.7 million divided by 0.8825, which is 110.7. Institutional ownership would just be the float minus the total amount of shares outstanding, which is 64.59 million. Okay, so on loan is 97.7. Okay, so then I just say institutional ownership minus on loan, or on loan minus institutional ownership No. Available to loan. Minus institutional ownership. Um, 110.7 minus 64.59 is 46.11. Okay, then I'm going to put okay. It's actually 46. Okay. So I put there are 46 million retail shares. Let's see, there are 46 million retail shares that are being borrowed on the market. We can have a major impact on utilization, and then today, if we stop this and look at the price increasing, wow, take my eyes off this for a few minutes and look at that beauty. Beautiful. We're going to pass that $39.26 price that I said we needed to pass. Yep, testing the upper part of the wedge. Yeah, it's gone through it. I mean, based on the wedge that I drew, we're past it. I'm going to call this DD. I don't normally call it DD just because I always doubt myself, but I'm posting it. Son of a gun. Okay, there we go. Yeah, everybody needs to reach out to everybody that they know and make sure that their broker is not lending their shares. If we can get that done and we can get utilization over 100% or up to 100% overnight, we will see a massive impact to the stock price. That's one of the key indicators that we need to get up to 100%. Okay, so it's dropping back down into the wedge. It's testing that right now. I would say that there's a level of support at 38.86. It looks like we're slightly below that right now. We're driving past it, but there's another level of support at 38.73. So there's two levels. There's a multi-level of support right there. They're trying to keep us. They're trying to get us back down. Yeah, I'm confident we could watch utilization drive up to nearly 100% in a day's time if everybody were to just get the brokers to stop lending their shares. That has to be like the big movement that we're pushing for. If those on loan shares dry up, you're going to see absolute fireworks ensue. It will cause so much pain. Current short interest is at 15.45. I mean, I just watched that skyrocket. There's 13.13 million shares borrowed today so far. So there was a slight return, but massive amounts of borrowing today. So yeah. I personally feel like we could end this. We could end this with this utilization up at 100%. I really feel strongly about that. With that utilization so high, it will stop them from being able to drive the price down. It'll stop them from being able to. It'll make failure to deliver skyrocket, absolutely just skyrocket, because if they if they're low, if the 40 million, let's see, if the 46.11 million shares are recalled, they're going to have to deliver those back because people don't want them lent out anymore. You know, if they tell their broker, sorry, but I don't want to loan my shares out anymore, those brokers are going to have to go back to um, the hedges funds and say, hey, we want our shares back. We can't loan them out anymore, or they're simply just going to say that there's no more shares to be lent. Short share interest will skyrocket. It'll cause everything to just completely unfold. I don't know why I didn't make this connection before. It seems pretty cut, plain and simple. Yep, there we go, back up above the wedge again. It looks like we're going to go test that 39.26 a second time. $46 million shares. I mean, just based off of the, oh God, that's so terrible. 4.1 million. That's 10 shares a person. Ten shares a person. What this is coming down to is being able to go to each person and saying, "Hey, I need you to go check your account and make sure that you're not having your shares lent out to through your broker." Find 5 people. Find 5 people and go ask them. Find 5 people that you know. I will reach out to everybody. I have a group that I text. I haven't been texting them since I've been doing the live stream, but I'm gonna send out the text today. I'm gonna say make sure you are not lending out shares through your broker, because if you are, that could be preventing this from doing what it needs to do. It could be one of the key pieces. Currently, the flow is 448.7 million. Outstanding shares is 513.33. Oh, 44874. Okay, we drove past the 39.26. Sorry, guys, I'm responding. Okay, I just had to check again. Neither of my brokers lend out shares held by Danish investors, but one of them do so for Norwegian and Swedish investors, though. So you're saying that they do lend out shares? Yeah, if you know people who are also trading this, and I know it's probably more difficult over there to find people who are also invested in this, but what I would do, and this is simply a recommendation. You don't have to do this if you don't feel like it, but what I would do is I would post on Reddit whatever you find out to be true, post it on Reddit and let everybody know, so that if there are other people on Reddit who are following from Europe, they can look into that. I mean, this is massive. This is absolutely massive. Like, I can't stress enough that if we see utilization hit 100%, that I know what's going to happen, what will result in happening. It just happens time after time after time. When utilization is high, you end up having huge spikes in price. I know it's not the only key factor, but it's one of the factors that kind of is like it's like ripping out one of the bottom cards on a stack of cards. That's a house of cards, right? You rip out that one of those bottom cards, and everything just starts tumbling downhill. We've got to get that down. You're too low on karma to post. Damn it. Okay, send me the information that you find, and I'll post it. I'll make sure it gets on there. Whatever it is that you find, you know how to contact me, so just send it to me. And dang it, Duncan, you better not be getting in trouble being on here, because that family is more important than anything. I don't need to tell you that. I know you know. But I don't want you getting in trouble. Family first. 40.17. We actually hit 40.17 at one point. It broke back down below that. So that's going to be our new level of resistance. We are above the 50% mark for 39.26, which is great. It's great to be well above that. All right. Well, make sure you go wake her up before she wakes up on her own, because the last thing she's going to want to do is wake up by herself. I don't know how. Wow. I got buried pretty quickly, but it does have 15 upvotes. So, but it did get buried pretty quick, but it is under DD, and people do search by DD, so that it could come out there. Every single one of the platform, like every single YouTuber needs to be like just shouting this out at the top of their lungs. Um, just like laying into, like, just get it out there so everybody knows what's at stake here. Because I've been trying to figure out a way for a long time to figure out how to stop them from continuing to lend out shares. And I never really put two and two together. I never really kind of went through and worked out the basic math. But somebody had posted something on Reddit last night that really upset me. Um, it upset me, not what they posted. It upset me understanding and realizing that I could have figured this out a long time ago on my own. Um, and that's that's really what upset me the most, was that I just felt like, I should have done this a while back. But if you go to my comments section, okay, wait a minute, I have a message. Oh, come on, my phone is acting so slow. And this is a really healthy climb that we're having today. I'm really liking what I'm seeing here a lot. This is really quite beautiful. Volume though still low, like 12 million shares after 30 minutes. So low. You know, again, it's easy to get the price to move up, and it's easy to get it to move down when it's such low volume. And I'm seeing that I have messages, but for some reason my phone's not allowing me to check my messages right now on Reddit. So I'm sure you sent me something, Duncan, but I'm at the mercy of my phone. I don't understand why it's doing that. But this is what they posted last night. So somebody posted, let's see, who is this? This is Nutbag Punch. Trey made an interesting point today in his video. The weeks preceding our massive 95% rally day utilization was running around 99% consistently. And it's true. We've been looking for something higher than 95%. That's just what we're looking for. But somebody mentioned on there's WMLI or LJ83. Yeah, right. No kidding. They said utilization rate is the number of borrowed shares divided by the total shares available to borrow. Buying won't change anything. I suspect they are having trouble coming up with money to be able to legally borrow more shares. But good idea to keep buying more anyways, make them dig that hole deeper. And this is what made it click for me. And I was like, no, this guy is right. Buying is not the answer here. The answer, because when the formula is borrowed shares divided by the total shares available to borrow, and the amount of available shares is dependent on how much the brokers are willing to lend out. That's especially when it's more than the institutional value. Anyways, I broke it all out. I said, I've been saying this for a while now. I really think utilization is much higher than it actually being reported, but that's not the case. It's not actually higher than what it's being reported. It's just that the utilization is very largely contributes to Apes shares that are being lent from the float. So then I broke it down. I broke down all the information. I said, explain how we only have 89.83% utilization with these numbers, and then I edited it and said, broke it down even more and said, so basically we're 11 million shares away from 100% utilization. That's bullshit. We're already there. We are already there. We already have 100% utilization. It's just that because our shares are being lent out, it's not showing 100% utilization because we're giving them ammo. I mean, the brokers are by definition the ones giving it out, but we're the apes. The apes are responsible for handing out our own ammo. The ammo that's being used to shoot us, we're handing it out in at 46 million shares. It's killing us. We got to stop that. We're shooting ourselves. Let's see, we're dropping back down towards that 39.26 level. We want to see it stay above that. We want to try and retest that 40 level again. Sorry, I get passionate about stuff sometimes and I just start elevating my voice. I don't mean to shout at you guys. Yeah, I know you're part of the choir. I haven't even looked at options at all yet this morning, so let's take a look at those real quick here. Let's get it out of the way. Get rid of my tally marks. Pull up my cheat sheet. Refresh the page. Let's look at these options. Let's start with open interest. I got 22.9 still at 40. That's right. 23.6. Yep, that's correct at 30. So those are accurate. The volume for the day is surrounding $40 with 4.6. And for the puts, let me just kind of scroll up a little here just to make sure. Okay, it looks like they're around 38. So that's up from 36. So they're not as bearish as they were yesterday. And that's at 1.3. But strong runner up is 36. Let's scroll down here and just make sure. 34.8, I think that's what I had down. It is? Okay. We are trading above the VWAP. We're up a little over a percent for the day today. Let's see if this. I have no idea why this thing won't let me see my messages. Come on, man. All right, so somebody's saying that that it may not apes are loaning out or is surreptitiously the correct word? I'm not sure if that's the right word or not, but we might be lending out shares not knowingly in the idea that they're doing it illegally. Like maybe we aren't supposed to have our shares lent out and they're lending them out anyways. So while they may tell you that they're not lending out your shares, they still are. So that's one of the comments that's been suggested as of so far. What do I got to get this to work correctly? I'm gonna have to log on to Reddit because it's not allowing me to do it. So I'm gonna log on to the site here, but I'm pretty sure Duncan, you're the one that sent me probably some messages, and it's not allowing me to see. So I'm gonna have to log in here. Let's see. It's gonna be so weird if Reddit won't let me check my messages on either my phone or the PC. That's gonna be weird because it does say fetching messages and then nothing is popping up. There we go. All right, now I got your messages. Okay, I will post that. I'm just going to copy and paste it and post it into the comment section for mine. What is this? Oh, that's cool. They've modified their up and down arrows as banana peels and bananas. That's cute. Cute. Very cute. What are your thoughts? All right, I'm posting it in there. Okay, so I went ahead and posted it. Okay, so we dropped down below 39.26. They're working to drop the price here, giving Eric and John a sigh of relief. And making me feel even more bullish than I was earlier. Man, it almost opened making me bullish. And don't forget 3501 is the trigger price for SSR today. So my wife and I talked about hitting the water park here coming up soon. We're not sure exactly when we're going to do it. It might be sometime next week, late next week. So what I've decided to do is, I think what I'll do is maybe like a couple of videos throughout the day, and I'll kind of like do it as I'm out and about. And we can kind of like, I have an iPad that I can take with me, and I can just do kind of like a live stream from out and about. And we'll just kind of take a look at some of the numbers together, and I'll just do like some recordings from there. I think I can. I don't know. Maybe I won't be able to. I'll have to look into that because I don't know if I can. I'd have to have access to OBS from my laptop, from my notepad. I don't know. I'll have to look into that. I'm not sure. It's an iPad, so I don't know. I don't know how Apple works with OBS, or if you can just live stream straight to YouTube. I don't know. I would assume you can live stream straight to YouTube through your phone, just because of the fact that um, you know, I've watched so many YouTubers do it, and I'm pretty sure that they're live streams. So it's got to be a possibility. If not, what I would probably end up doing is maybe a Reddit live stream. I might do and then link it somehow to maybe YouTube or whatever. I need to look into also setting up a community page for my YouTube channel, which I'll try and work on that a little bit later today. I have a couple different projects that I need to work on maybe this coming weekend. I need to spice up some things, kind of make things look a little bit better. Just in general, just kind of work on some stuff. Let's see here. Let's check out Twitter. I'm a little curious about what's being said right now. me skip up to, it's just so much posting. There's just so much. I have to scroll so far up. Let's see. So True Demon woke up this morning to find out that he had 1,234 followers on his Twitter account. He said he really doesn't care about points or clout, but the number was particularly satisfying to wake up to for some reason. It looks like he also got blocked by the press. Trey, an hour ago, said that he's patiently waiting for the lemon pepper attendees. He was also interested in seeing how the IPO plays out today. It's going to be eating some popcorn sitting on the sidelines. Charles Prane had breaking news. Whoa, something is wrong. 2Q21 GDP 6.5%, significantly below estimate of 8.4%. So basically, like a 2% less than it was supposed to be. Initial jobless claims is at 400,000. Fed Chairman Powell looks brilliant. White House working on spin. We need answers. Demon posted about 15 hours ago, so sometime yesterday he posted, for the first time in the history of our nation, the retail investor has prompted an immediate response from Congress and the SEC. We have a chance to force market violators to face real fines and prison. You have made history. Take a bow. So this is probably what we were talking about earlier today. HR 4619 to amend the Securities Exchange Act of 1934 to prohibit trading ahead by market makers and for other purposes. So it says, in general, with regards to a person acting in the capacity of a market maker, if the person accepts an order with respect to a security from its customer, including a broker or dealer, the market maker has a duty of trust and loyalty to the customer arising from the receipt of such order, and the information in such order is material, non-public information that may be used only in furtherance of executing such customer's order. Personal liability. Fine for individual violations. Any associated person of a market maker who knowingly and willfully causes the market maker to violate paragraph 1, or who directs another agent or associated person of the market maker to commit such a violation or engage in an act in such acts that result in associated person being personally unjustly enriched shall be fined in an amount equal to or greater of 2 times the amount of profit realized by the reason of such violation, or $50,000. Let's see, where does it talk about? Oh yeah, here we go. Course of conduct. Any associated person of the market maker who knowingly and willfully causes the market maker to engage in a course of conduct of knowingly and willfully violating paragraph 1, or who directs another agent or associated person of the market maker to commit such a violation or engage in such acts that results in the associated person being personally unjustly enriched shall be fined an amount not to exceed 200% of the compensation received by such associated person from the market maker. But then if you just scan down to a little bit further down here, it says imprisoned for not more than 5 years. Wow. It's pretty hefty. Hmm. Interesting. True Demon seems to think that there's suspicions that AMC's Adam Aaron, the CEO, did not choose DF King and Company for no reason. He said to copy and paste something into Google, and you'll see what he means. All right, trying to push past through that 39.26 level of resistance again, pushing back up through there. We need to get past that point and move on to into new higher levels. Taking a look at the options again. You know, I'm not going to look at this one. I'm going to try Fidelity out, see how it works for me. This beard. It's going to take a little bit of time to get used to seeing it like this, but I think it's better. I think it's just better. I mean, it's pretty. It takes, it doesn't take very much to see how much is there. So we have 11.8 on the calls. I like the bars. And 2.695 for 39. So that's actually increased. So 38. The spread is no longer 38 to 40. It's now 39. With 2.7. We're just going to call it 2.7. It's close enough. Scrolling down, look at next week. 40 on both sides are pretty strong. That's the first week. Is that the first week of? Yeah, that's the first week of August. The second week of August is looking pretty heavily pushing towards 40 on the call side, but a little bit more so for the lower 30s. Yeah, there's going to be a huge push on $40 today. I think the calls really want to see it. The long positions really want to see those numbers. The unfortunate thing is with it being at 40 and that's kind of like that level of resistance that we're having. If it does break 40, and this is kind of the thing that I used to see when we were trading underneath $10. What you tend to see is that it'll break past the number just enough for them to be able to maybe break even on their options, and then it just kind of drops down below. So I would like to see a number that has more support above a significant number for us overall for the price. So it would have been nice to see like 45 and then have us break over 40 easily and hit more of that 45 level. Because if it does break over 40 at any given point, if it's enough for them to be in the money, they're gonna probably cash out. If it's not moving up fast, if there's not like some kind of indicator that the price is going to continue to go up. We're falling back down into the wedge. So we have broke past that 39.26 that we really need to kind of try to stay above. We got a little head and shoulders action going on here, right? And this is a bearish indicator. So there's our shoulder, head, and shoulder. So this is going to be the breakout down. I could see us hitting 37.81, going back down and retesting that. Hopefully this gives you guys kind of like helpful information in case you're trying to decide on buying points. Hopefully that kind of gives you like some good reference on what to look out for. Amazon is currently down. They had their earnings report not too long ago. They're about $124 over what I'm tracking for. Cinemark is down 0.28%. GME is down 0.62%. We're down about 70%. Let's see. Not breaking down as far as I thought it was going to. Looks like the amount borrowed is still 3.13. Oh, and sorry, it's changed to 3.05. So that is down just ever so slightly. Still a lot of shares borrowed for the day to day. That's a lot. More than usual. Volume almost at 20 after an hour of trading. So let's look here. Let's see what we got. These are all 150s. There's a 250. There's a 347. Yeah, I think we're heading for. I still have 50 to 70 down. 50 to 70 million shares traded for the day, probably. It'll probably be on. I probably should have moved it up to the 60 to 80 level, but we'll just stick with it. We'll run with it. Short share interest to borrow is 15.44%. Short share interest. Current short interest percentage of the free float is 15.44. Inflow versus outflow. I mean, this is a good example of like, you know, 199 over 180, and yet we're trading down. We've got almost 20 million more shares purchased, 20 million in shares purchased than sold, and yet we're trading low. I sense another really high day in dark pool trading is coming. I think they had to put a kibosh on this price increase up here, and so they're you know, doing what the only thing they know how to do: dark pools. I'm not seeing the Robinhood trades going through, so it still kind of looks like and there's some massive buy orders here. Huh. Wonder what time that opens. Let's check and see. It says 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, but it's not being traded, so I'm not sure what's going on there. Huh. I'm probably too new to IPOs to know what's going on with that or why that's happening. I feel like that should be already trading. You know what's interesting to me is that the opening price that they have listed is $38, which is ironically almost exactly what we're at right now. But their opening price is at $38, so they've been valued at 38. You know, that's how they're getting their valuation. So they're opening at that much, but I think that's eerily close to what Facebook's opening price was, because I think theirs was 30. If I remember correctly, it might have been 34. It was 34 and immediately jumped up to like 36, because I think 36 is what I got in at, and then almost instantly fell uh, insane amounts, like a third or something. It was nutty. All right, so we're just kind of trading inside of this channel again, this pennant, which has got that breakout at 1 o'clock today. AMC stock. This is posted an hour ago by Investor Place. The title of the article is AMC stock is only for fearless investors. We've got two more 13F reports listed today for AMC. I'll just pull them over. They're pretty small. 10 shares and 4 shares. Sterling Investment Advisors. Yeah, they bought 4 shares. Whoop-de-doo. Congratulations. Thank you for your continued support. And Red Door Wealth Management. Big investors, big spenders. Look at those guys go. When was this filed? 6 They bought this back on 6:30 and they've probably lost a ton of money even though it's 10 shares. I shouldn't say a ton of money, but they've lost money on their shares. They're holding. Volume just completely dropping off right now. We're at less than 100,000 shares trading per minute. This might be a good day to just kind of walk away for a little bit and just kind of enjoy life. outside of AMC. Okay, a little bit of a George W there, and we're bounding off of it. Looked like we kind of tested that $38 and maybe 50 something odd cents level right there, and just kind of bounced off of it twice, double bottom, and starting to head back up ever so slightly. That's what happens when your volume picks up to where it should be. So the mass investor posted, "Casey, what up?" It looks like he's flying on a plane with a wing out the side of a window. He's probably referring to Kansas City, which I imagine is what he's referring to. But I responded back in a tweet saying, "Yo." That's funny. So nice George W. So we've got up above 39.26. Still continuing up. I don't know how involved I want to be in Twitter. I mean, I feel like I could just get lost in it, honestly. How do you know when somebody how do you know timestamps on here? I have no idea what I'm looking at. I don't tweet. I don't even know what the heck I'm doing looking at that. I just don't do it. Let's see, 15.44% short share interest of the free float, and borrowed amount is still the same at 305. Options probably haven't changed a whole lot. Ooh, excuse me. 14.1. A little bit. I'll just kind of update them to the side. So we got 14.1 on 40. And 38. It's moved back down. It was up to 39. It's now moved back down to 38 as the put side, the strength on the put side at 3.1. So they're all kind of grouped. I'll go ahead and pull it over. They're all kind of grouped together a little bit right now. You got 24, 26, 21, 31, 28, 14. So there's a whole big grouping right here. So it's kind of flip-flopping back and forth between these right now. 38 and 39. Do I comment? I don't know if I should comment. let's see. So dropping back down beneath 39.26. I don't know. I got involved here in tweeting. Yeah. I don't know why I just don't understand how YouTube works. Like how does it choose to put somebody's comment up on your page for you to see? I just don't understand how it works. So we gotta stay. What was the opening price? I guess the close price yesterday was 38.90. So anything above 38.90 is good, obviously for the day, but we're just kind of struggling back and forth right now. I mean, we did have that big George W right there that just kind of led to a bit of a price increase. Um, but we also had the head and shoulders leading into that. Um, Still just kind of trending inside this wedge. Now it looked like we had broken out of that wedge earlier, um, or like we were going to break out of the wedge, but it didn't quite happen. If you went to the 5 minute mark, it shows us breaking out right there. But there's a difference in how this is being marked out. I would say not quite. I mean, it does look like it, but not quite. I think we need a little bit stronger breakout than that. Volume at 20, almost 25 million after an hour and a half of trading. Pretty low volume. We need to see that kind of peak out a little bit here. We've had a couple of points where the volume did increase, and of course you did see the price increase when that happened. But I mean, just dead volume. Ugh, ugly. Our volume's looking like a redheaded stepchild. I'll log out of this. No soul. Uh, Out of curiosity, Duncan, since you're listening right now, what what kind of life changes? Well, I guess I'll save these questions for tomorrow. I wanted to ask you some questions, but like what kind of life changes do you think that this whole process is going to bring you? But I'll cover those questions with you tomorrow. Yep, it's going to be exciting. It's going to be exciting to talk to you find out more about you, what we can, and just hearing your story, your background, and your viewpoints from your perspective. I don't understand why Robinhood's not showing up as being traded right now. I wonder what's holding that up. Or is it today that they just sell the shares to people and then tomorrow's like the first day of active trading? I don't know. On an initial public offering, you would think that the trading would happen on the same day that the shares are issued. But if they're issuing shares at $38, I wonder how many shares are they offering? Do you know that? I never looked that up. I'm kind of curious to see how much they stand to make off of an initial public offering. Wouldn't it be funny if they couldn't sell all their shares? $32 billion valuation. 32 billion valuation. Really? Hmm. It says at the end of March that they had 17.7 million users, but since then has continued to grow its growth spurt, reaching around 22.5 million. Really? That's 22.5 million users? Seems high. How do we find it? Yeah, give me that. It doesn't show it trading. Market cap. What page is that on? Oh, statistics. Okay, I'm on the wrong page. There we go. This will tell me. Okay, so Robinhood's total amount of outstanding shares is going to be 842.1 million. Wow. Wow, that's so high. There's no way they're going to sell all those. I can't imagine. I mean, right? Like, okay, so what do they got here? 842 842 million. Okay, and then just, I guess, divide that by 38, or multiply by 38. 31, so it's going to give them essentially $32 billion to invest with. $32 billion. Is that right? Is that what it said in that article that I was reading? Yep, 32 billion valuation. Wow. Wow. That's pretty impressive. $32 billion. That's what AMC needs to do. Close shop, recall all their shares, and open up a new a new offering, public offering. I guess that's essentially what you do when you sell more shares. They would have to sell 800 million shares in order to make that, though. Holy smokes, that's so many shares. Why is the fact that it's not trading? I mean, it shows orders. it shows orders here in the order book. But the fact that it's not trading is so odd to me. I don't understand. I thought it was supposed to open today. They got almost 1 million shares at 38 bucks even. You can see a bunch of buy orders here, but they're at pretty high prices. It's almost like people are mocking it, like we're not going to buy it unless it's worth this much. Which means they won't be buying any. Although if somebody listed it for that price, if somebody listed it for 5,000, if they listed a share for $5,000, they would get it. Boy, that just really reeks of like one of the biggest traps ever. Can you imagine getting stuck with that? You know, they buy it for 4 shares for $5,000, and then it dramatically drops off to $1,000 in price. They're gonna lose so much money. There's a lot of people that are really invested into that stock, I guess. They really think that it's gonna be worth a lot of money. 1 p.m. Cool. Where did you find that information? I couldn't. It wasn't popping up for me very easily. Or is that what time most IPOs open up at? Oh, you know what? Now that I think about it, I think the IPO when I traded Facebook, I think that may have been about the time when it was when I bought it. No, I bought it earlier in the morning. I thought. I feel like I bought it earlier in the morning. That's going to be one hell of a thing to watch. I'm going to be here for that for sure. I want to see what happens. I don't want to have anything to do with it, but I definitely want to see what happens. $32 billion. I can't believe how many shares they're putting up. 800 million shares, 800 plus million shares. That's crazy. Absolutely nutty. One p.m. When you say 1 p.m., is that Eastern Standard Time? Because if it is, that'd be noon my time. That would kind of make sense. It's a little bit past the halfway point for the day. That's probably what it is. 1 p.m. Eastern Standard. Start trading halfway through the day. Yeah. That makes sense. Inflow versus outflow. How are we doing there? 250 to 235, so about 15. Not bad. Amazon is down a little bit. Cinemark is up. Percentage-wise, a little bit more than we are. Doge is up. GME is slightly down. Let's kind of take a look at their chart here. Looks like they got a little bit of reverse action from what we have. I think I can do... Is it side by side, 2 charts? How do I put the other one in? I've never done this before. Oh, I have to look it up at the top. Okay. That's kind of silly. Okay. Let's just kind of, let's get these tracking here on the same page. It'd be cool. I think there's a way to do an overlay. Oh, dang it. I hit the wrong button. I can't. I know there's a way to do this. Why, this is so awful how it like zooms you like way out there. So yeah, so like we're like the exact opposite today. So we both kind of started off to a rough start. But we kind of took off, whereas they kind of, I mean, they did take off, but they didn't go immediately up. They went down, way down, and then kind of recovered. Whereas we went down, recovered, and continued on beyond. Then we had a head and shoulders, whereas they had an M, a double top. And then we moved into a George W, and it looks like they did some kind of weird consolidation wedge. It looks like it's forming like a consolidation wedge right now. So we are not tracking the same today at all. It strikes me as odd that there's still people out there that seem to think that there's going to be something revealed from a share count, which it's really not. It's really not a share count. It's a shareholder count. So don't be fooled by that. It is a shareholder count, not a share count. They will not release the information that tells how many shares are outstanding and based on how many votes that were had. So what they will release is information on as to how many voters there were. So we will get that info, but it probably, if I had to guess, it probably won't come out until like tomorrow or Friday. Actually, they'll probably put it out with the earnings report next week. I say tomorrow or Friday. Tomorrow is Friday. Just kidding. They'll probably put it out next week. So here we are testing that 39.26. We got to get back over this level. This is a hump for us right here. We got to fight this. All right, let's keep pushing past this. Let's try to get past here. Come on. Yeah, there we go. Good bump ups. Nice. That is beautiful. There we go. Now we're talking. Broker rate passed through there. That was a huge jump up for us. We're getting ready to push the 39. Well, we're breaking through 39.55. Trying to. Will do. I will try. All right, we're starting to break out. Looks like we're trying to push past the wedge right now, or the pennant. This could be the moment that we're breaking through. We got to get past 39.65. That's kind of that's the rough point right now. Our buy wall, our buy order book right over here is getting kind of shallow. So I'm starting to see a little bit of a possibility for a reversal here. $39.65. There we go. We're pushing past. Is this strategic buying? Strategic buying around events to come? Everything just went green. Wouldn't it be interesting if like Robinhood was the catalyst to the real MOAS? Like they're the thing that stopped it last time, but then this time it actually triggers it. That that, that would be irony at its finest. I would love to see that. I don't know the answer to that as far as it being streamed. I don't believe so. Welcome to the channel. It's good to have you here. I don't know the answer to that, and I can look it up. I have heard people asking that question about whether or not it would be streamed. I don't believe that it will be, and the reason that I say that is because the only people allowed into the meeting are shareholders, and so if they were to live stream that or publish that someplace, I think you would end up. I think they would end up having some issues. So let me look that up for you and see if I can figure it out though for sure. Virtual shareholder meetings on the rise due to coronavirus. So there's a possibility. Let me see if I can find it. If it is broadcast, I'll tell you what. If it is broadcast, I will put it on my feed because I do think that that's okay. AMC Entertainment fourth quarter year end 2020 conference call. Wednesday, March 10th. That's old news. Let's see what we got here. So there is a chance that it could be a conference call. Let's see if I can find that, because if it is, what I'll do is I'll just I'll call in, I'll get it on my phone, and then I'll just put it on here, and we can listen to it through here. Um, let's see if I can find it. Okay, so I just see a bunch of proxies. listed. I'm not really finding anything that's listed. But I will. I'll actually post in the comments section. I'll put something in there about where you can find that information in case you don't want in case it's hard to hear for whatever reason whatsoever. Actually, you know what? We're gonna call somebody right now and find out because I do know some numbers. So let's make some phone calls and find out if that's something we can be a part of. Because that is a great point. So just give me a second. I'm gonna go on a phone call here. I'll let you guys hear at least my side of the phone call. Um, yes, my name's Casey Shaw. I'd like to try and get in touch with somebody about finding about if we can listen to the investor shareholder meeting today. If you could give me a call back, um, I'd appreciate that. Just so we can touch base and see if there's some way. I'm a YouTuber and I would like to try and stream the shareholder meeting if possible. So if you could give me a call, that'd be great. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, so we'll see what happens with that. I don't expect much, so I'm going to continue to search. I do know of a couple other places I can look for this information for the meeting. My guess is that they may not be doing the conference call, seeing as how a lot of the restrictions have been taken off. My guess is that they're probably moving away from that. So let's see. If I had to guess, I know that they're doing the earnings report next week, and if I had to guess, that's probably what we're going to end up seeing go live next week. Is probably when we'll have a conference call for that. Yeah, it does. I'm seeing a conference call for that one. It looks like June 9th. That's not right. If I help, it would probably help if I put in the date. So I've already called investment relations. I could also try media contact just to see if that's something. I bet they're inundated with phone calls. That's all right though. We're gonna call them anyways. And we'll find out. I'm sure those guys are like extremely busy today with everything that with everything that they're probably trying to get together. Uh, Save the annual popcorn bucket. I am not seeing it listed here anywhere. Yeah, I'm not getting anything for shareholder even listed in their search bar. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. I'm not expecting to get a phone call back on that one message that I just left, but let me look at the proxy real quick. I mean, there might be some information on the proxy itself that might be on there that would indicate how they're going to have the meeting or where it can be found online. So we're having some nice price movement. We're breaking through the 3965 level of resistance quite nicely. What we really want to see is staying above that 3926, which we're well over right now. So we're doing quite well. Let me just search through. I'm going to look up meeting on the proxy. 127 different times it's listed. Our board is fixed the close of business on June 2nd. It looks like they're having the meeting at 11500 Ash Street, Leawood, Kansas, which would probably, okay, that makes a little bit of sense to me because TMI posted a tweet earlier today stating that he was saying hello Kansas City. So my guess is that he's there for the meeting. That would just be a guess. I was wondering if there's a possibility that through the investor relations that there might be something in there, and I'm not in that. I do not have access to get into that. I would need to set that up. I haven't I've gone to AMC and I was like, I'm just gonna pay for the popcorn anyways. So every time I head over to AMC, I'm always just buying the popcorn anyways. I was like, it's just popcorn. I just buy it. So I never really saw the need to to be a part of that investor relations. Let's see. I'm looking for some kind of indicators here that kind of shows what kind of trend we're on. I mean, it's just some positive growth. Inflow versus outflow. Let me look at that real quick here. 290 to 271. If you're new to the channel, just because I'm seeing some new names coming and popping up in here, I just want to let you know what's kind of going on here. There's a little bit of information on this page that might be a little confusing, or at the very least need some kind of explanation. So last week I had an interview with True Demon. He's a Reddit user. I found some highly useful information that he had posted on there. It was the same tree that I was barking up as well. There's some indicators that we are looking at and feel like we can kind of identify when there's going to be price increases. And some of the key target indicators that we need to see in order for that to happen are short exempt volume needs to be it needs to be over 3 million for like 3 consecutive days. It's been a little low lately, and that's something that I actually worked with Stonko Tracker to try and get that onto their site, and it is now there. So if you ever want to see that, all you got to do is come on over here to this page, and it's now under the trading data. And this is it's amccrazyawesomecompany.com, and it's just simply called AMC Stonko Tracker. But it's now showing here under short exempt volume. So I reached out to them, and they were really kind about putting it on there, and they're really fast about it too. So that data is there if you want to track that on your own. One of the other, some of the other indicators are utilization and day over day percentage increase in price. So currently for today, we're at like 2.5%. I think yesterday was 2.34. So we're doing really well there. The price prediction tally, a lot of people wonder, like, they probably come to the site and go like, what? So it's just me and 2 other guys. Actually, sometimes we Duncan, who's part of kind of the community, is also moderator and is from Denmark. We all kind of get together and come up with what we think the price is going to close out for the end of the day, just for fun. It's just simply just to see who can win an ice cream at the end of the week. And as you can see, I'm actually in last place with 5 tally marks. We've been doing this for about 3 weeks now. Eric and John are at 6 tally marks, and we've missed 9 times altogether, like just completely all missed. And we give ourselves like a $3 range. The lines are color coded to our names that are listed up there. So if you see lines, that's our price. It could be the upper or lower limits that you're looking at. For example, like today, my upper is 40.5, which is what you're looking here. Actually, all 3 of these lines are the uppers. So 2 of our guys are going to miss out on, John and Eric are going to miss out on tallies if we were to close like right now. But I'm still in the running as of this moment. But again, it's just for fun. Don't take anything too serious with that. Also, one of the other things I kind of drew out earlier today is we had a little bit of a pennant forming off of the last George W. And so I kind of drew out the pennant a little bit, and it looks like we're breaking out of the pennant. I kind of had kind of looked at maybe the end of the close to somewhere between 1 o'clock-ish today to 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time to the end of the closing hours that we would see a breakout. And we actually just broke out not too long ago on the 1 minute right here. So that's very nice. It's early, and I'm okay with that. So let's see. We kind of tested 40, just a little bit over 40. We want to see, the volume is so low today, so low today. So I have a prediction of 50 to 70 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I'd love to see more, but realistically, historically speaking, based on where we were at about 7 o'clock this morning when I made that prediction, we're trending pretty closely to that. We've got about an hour more before we're halfway through the day. So we might hit 45 by then. maybe if we're lucky, because I mean we're only trading. We need to see about 250,000 shares per minute traded, and we're under that. These two columns right here are at about 564 and 403, which are really nice. But then it drops down to 280, then 185, 197. We've got a lot of volume back here that's way underneath 250,000 shares a minute. So volume's just really low today. So the price of the stock is going to be heavily influenced by just a little bit. You know, it doesn't take very much for the price to go up or down today. So we're going to see a lot of volatility. We're currently in between a support line of 39.65 and a resistance level of 40.14. The yellow lines on my page here are Fibonacci retracements that I've done. There's two different price points that I've done that have two different levels of price ranges. So I just kind of trying to cover all my bases with all the levels of support and resistance. And like I've said in the past, I've been saying this for a while, $40 to $45 is this investor gray area. It's kind of the sweet spot for the hedge funds. What they like to do is they like to get us up into that $40 to $45 range, and investors start falling off. We kind of shed a lot of people kind of see that as like a price range where they go like, everybody starts puckering up a little bit and they don't want to spend money on, once it gets that high. So what we really want to see is we want to see us try and jump through that $40 to $45 range as fast as possible, because once we kind of peak out into that $40 range, that's when the stock becomes easily manipulated, and what I like to call SPF, which is synthetic price failures. And that's basically where the hedge funds come in and they short ladder attack the price down. And that's what we've seen a lot of lately. So the fact that we're consolidating just underneath $40 right now is actually, I think that's great. I would love to see more consolidation right in this block area in here. The longer we can consolidate, the more ability we're going to be able to have to just drive right through that $40 to $45 range. At a 30-minute interval, our RSI is a little high right now, so we need to get that to drop a little bit, and that's why that consolidation is important. Moving it to a 5-minute interval shows that it's again high, 63.66. If it gets into the 70 range, it means that it's overbought, and that's when you're going to see corrections in the price. But if it consolidates for a little while inside this range of 39.65 to 40.14, this RSI value will drop. And if we can get it down to, mid-range to, even lower, that'll help us boost us through that gray area. Some of the indicators that I have on the side of the screen over here, I have Robinhood, just because I want to see that train wreck happen today. That's a new one I just started listing. Amazon is on the side of the page over here. I invest in nothing but AMC. Amazon is up here because they had Jeff Bezos left the company about maybe 3 weeks ago. I think it was 2 weeks ago. And the price of the stock at that time was 3,500. And I kind of view Amazon as like the heartbeat of America. If you want to know how well our market's doing, I think you need to look at heartbeat companies. And I think Amazon's one of them. With him stepping down, I kind of figured that there would be a chance that the stock price would fall, and that would be an indicator for the market not doing so well. So I'm watching for it for the price to drop below 3,500, and that's where it was a couple weeks ago. After he resigned, it actually increased in price. It went up to 3,700, but it's kind of settling back down. Cinemark is our competitor. It's our competitor movie theater chain, so it's probably a good idea to watch what's happening to them and see what, whatever happens to them should be happening to us. Dogecoin is a pump and dump. I watch it just simply to see. It kind of gives me an indicator on cryptocurrencies. They were trading back here for a while. quite a while. They were trading back here in this descending parallel channel, and it broke out as of 7/21, so 8 days ago. It broke out. I had a nice little run up to $23, and I think that dump is coming. I think there's going to be another dump, and it might break that back down. It might not fall back into the channel, but it'll definitely get back down into maybe the 16, 17 cent range. GME, it's our brother sister company, right? Anything that happens to them happens to us. Although today is not the case. For quite a bit of the morning today, we've been trading separately. We were going up, they were going down. So, but welcome to the channel. I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, from 6 a.m. Central Standard Time until 3 p.m. Central Standard Time. So I basically open whatever you can trade on Fidelity in the pre-market hours and the open market hours. So the only thing I don't cover is after market hours for Fidelity. And I'm going to continue to look for more information on a conference call. Because I do want to know if we can get that. June 29th. I don't think we're going to find anything, though. If there was, we probably wouldn't have seen TMI flying out there to go watch it, to go see it. And I am not afraid to recommend other YouTubers to you guys. You know, if TMI starts streaming that, head on over there and check that out, because it's really important to watch what's going on, to be informed. I'm just not seeing anything. I guarantee you that there will be some kind of conference call for the quarterly meeting next week. Yeah, I'm not seeing much. You know what? I'll bet you, if I had to take a guess, I'll bet you Trey's gonna have. I bet you that the meeting is gonna have. It's gonna probably be listed as available to be streamed after closing hours. And I'll bet you money that Trey's going to be able to have provide that for us. So I'll probably be there with you on his channel watching. Yeah, because I'm really not seeing any kind of information, and you probably have to be there to stream it. There's no reason for TMI to fly all the way out there, and unless there was actually a meeting that was going to be taking place for him to attend. So that would be my guess. He's attending the meeting, and somebody's going to have information. Somebody will definitely have information to give back to us. I had joked around, telling my wife that if the squeeze started before the meeting, that we would buy like really super nice suits and dress for her or whatever. You know, it's like real professional looking stuff. Fly out there and just head to the meeting, because she also is a shareholder as well, also an ape. Okay, so we're testing that 39.65. We want to try and stay above that. We want to see it bounce off of this. If it can bounce off this level of support and head back up and test that 40 again, that's perfect. We just want to see kind of like a seesaw action inside these two yellow lines here. Current short share interest for the free float is 15.5. That's slightly higher than where it was. A lot of shares being borrowed today. A lot of shares. We're currently at 3.47 million shares being borrowed for the day. That is up from 3.05 that I had recorded earlier. So I'm going to go ahead and modify my numbers. Let's go ahead and take a look at the options chain with the price having increased up to 40. Let's go ahead and look and see if somebody, if people may have cashed out there. That's kind of one of the predictions I had kind of made was, the kind of the rough part about this $40 price range is, we're going to see since the strike price right now, the big heavy clump of money around the calls is around $40. A lot of them might be dumping their contracts once we kind of get up there if they don't see the price just really moving through that $40 range. So let's look and see where our options are at here. I'll take away the ticker so y'all can see that a little bit better, and we'll refresh it, and I'll pull up my tracking data, and let's check it out. Let's see where we're at. Looks like 20.4 on the 40 strike, so that's up. That is up for the day. So we went from 14.1 to 20.4. 20.4, so 20,420 options. The puts were mainly stacking up at the 38 range, and they still are. It's a close runner-up at 39, but 38 has the win for 7,000 options. And yeah, so if you look at the open interest, it's a 22.9 thousand contracts open. This is pretty big right here, right? So when we hit that $40 price range, if we continue to drive through there, watch for these to kind of sell off, right? They're going to want to make some money here. Which might kind of hurt the move, for the price to rise, continue to rise higher. And we fell down below that level of support there at 39.65 and 39.55. We're breaking through that right now. And back down into the pennant. More up, down, more seesawing action. Inflow versus outflow. Let's check that real quick here. $316 million traded on an inflow versus 300 million outflow. So we're doing really well on the buying side of the order flows. Let's look at Fidelity and see what Fidelity is saying. Come on, Fidelity. What's the word? Okay, this is orders by Fidelity customers. We were in third place earlier today, and we still are in third place. Apple, AMD are kind of doing a little bit more trending and purchasing through there, but we are still really high on 61 to 39% buys over sells. I believe that was 64 earlier. 64.36, if I'm not mistaken. GME is through the roof. Look at that. 87% buys over 13% sells. That's really, really good. Okay, so it looks like we found some support at that 39.55 point. And we're trying to driving back up off of that and making it back outside the pennant, which is good. Yeah, so I'm going to go, I don't know if you're still here, Hero. I'm going to go with Hero. I'll just put your full name in here. And let's see here. All right. Let me check and see if there's anything showing up on YouTube right now. I don't have any notifications, any new notifications about any of the. It looks like TMI is live right now. Let me just pull that up and just see if it does look like he might be in a different location. Where is he at? He's definitely in a different location than he normally is. So if I had to guess, he's probably in a hotel somewhere. Uh, yeah, I mean, go check out his channel. He might actually have some better information than I have. Look at that nice candlestick right there. Holy moly, that's beautiful. See, and this is really what we need. This is 273. This candlestick, or sorry, this column of volume. It's 273,000 shares for that 1 minute, and that's what we need to be seeing. We need to see over 250,000 shares per minute being traded to have some good, decent volume. And the reason I say that is one trading day has 6.5 hours, right? So if we just pull out our nifty difty little calculator here and we say 6.5 times 60, that's 390 minutes in a trading day. If you multiply 390 by 250,000 shares, right, you end up getting 97,500,000. So basically 250,000 shares per minute puts you on almost a pace for 100 million shares traded in a day. And that's kind of a number that I feel like we need to be above. At least on a daily basis, it's nice to see over 100 million shares traded. I mean, ideally, we want to see more than the total amount of shares available traded. Like 500 million shares traded in one day would be awesome too. I'm looking for trends right now within kind of like how the day's going. It's looking like I can maybe draw an ascending parallel channel. Let me just test it and see. I'm gonna run with it. I've got almost 3 touch points here. That one's just a little bit not low enough, but I've got 2 touch points at the top, 3 at the bottom, or 2 at the bottom, 2.5. Let's run with that and see if we can continue to move up this channel. This is a bearish indicator though. When it does break out of this channel, it'll be breaking out down low. So, you know, that probably would be considered maybe consolidation up to that $40 level in here. You know, I see it bounce off that a couple times and just kind of work its way up until finally it breaks out down. How far down I can't possibly say, but I could see that happening. Or we just continue to drive up past through that, trading up to some other point where it'll start to fall. So we're outside the pennant. Let's give it another 11:30 to 12. So let's give it another half hour before we kill the pennant, and decide that we're out of it completely. So here's that $40 limit. Okay, we're hitting it. Can we break through the 40.14? That's the trick. Okay, we're driving past. It's looking really good. Right now, it's starting to pull back. Resistance. Resistance is futile. We must drive through. I'm going to put the tallies back up there. It's looking pretty good. It's trying to get past there. It's trying to get past that $40.14. I mean, you can look at this. You can look at the buy and sell walls. By the way, guys, and I didn't post that up in the chat this morning, so I'm going to do that right now. So I do have I have level 2 access, which you can see over here on the order book on Webull. I know that's not very popular right now to be a part of Webull, but it's one of the charts that I like the best. It's so easy to navigate. It's my favorite, and I'm gonna stick with it. I have 5 shares of AMC through Webull. It is not in an account that's not being lent out, which is a huge issue right now. But Webull works the best for me. But I do have Ortex subscription. I have Fintel subscription, and if you guys need to have any information or you want to see anything from those, you can just request it, and I will post it up immediately as soon as I get your request. You know, if it helps you out to see that kind of information, I want to be able to provide it. So we're up hitting real close to 3% up for the day. GME is at 1.22. Cinemark is up almost 1%. So it's looking really good for it's kind of a green day on those indicators. Robinhood's going to start trading at 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, which is about an hour from now. So a little less than an hour from now. I don't even know. Let me just check. What time is that meeting supposed to be at? Shareholder Meeting, June 29th. Does it say what time it's supposed to be at? It doesn't say what time. View source version on businesswire.com. Read your press release. That doesn't seem to have linked me to what I want. Okay. Here we go. I might be onto something. You know, it's funny. Everywhere I look, I don't see a time listed for the meeting. But if I had to guess, they're going to hold it like at the end of the day. Yeah, I don't see anything that has to do with time. I did try to contact somebody through there to see. Adam's on to something. What are you on to, Adam? Adam's one of my support team guys. He's definitely there for me. Let's see, Adam, what do you want to here? Without any shares. Without any shares that can be loaned out, there is no security to issue ETFs. Oh, yeah. In reference to something I posted earlier. I swear calling ourselves apes aren't too far from the truth. Dark pools still rely on shares from first market as security to issue ETFs. Without any shares that can be unloaned out, there is no security to issue ETFs. I know. I've been trying to say that. All right. So I kind of stumbled onto something a little bit today. For those of you that are watching, um, and so I posted something on Reddit, and it's something that's it's pretty important. Like if you know 5 people, like if you just know 5 people who are invested in AMC, like go out and grab those people and ask them like to verify that their broker is not lending their shares. And I'll tell you why. And I posted this earlier, and I'm just going to put it up here on the screen real quick. I posted this on Reddit, and I said there's 46 million retail shares that are being borrowed on the market. We can have a major impact on utilization today if we stop this. And why that's so important is that as the utilization or the shares that are available for loan dry up, it starts to kind of kick everything into this process of the failure to deliver is kicking in, everything. It just starts the ball rolling down the hill. It removes that bottom card from the house of cards, and you just watch everything crumble. So we currently have 97.7. Let me get rid of, is the tally marks kind of, no, okay, it's okay. We currently have on loan 97.7 million shares. The utilization rate is 88.25, and the available shares to loan, when you do the math on that, because we know how many shares can be loaned if you take your utilization divided by your on loan shares. That shows you how much there is available to loan. Now, the amount of shares available to loan is a number that can change. Right, that's not like a number that remains constant. It's the amount of shares that lenders or brokers can lend to market makers. And so you have 110. If you just take this number right here and divide it by 0.8825, you get 110.7 million. So they are literally 13 million shares away from being maxed out on the current available amount to loan. But now here's the interesting part. The total amount of shares, and I'll pull this page over here real quickly just so you can see that I'm not just pulling these numbers out of my butt. The float is the amount of shares that retail investors can possibly own, which is 448.74 million. The amount of shares outstanding is 513.33 million. Now, if you subtract the outstanding shares from the float, the number that gives you is the amount of shares that the institution owns. Okay, and that number comes out to 64.59 million shares. And I've got that listed right here, 64.59 million. So remember this number because this is important, because if you take 64.59 and you subtract that from the 97.7 million shares that are currently on loan, it gives you the remaining amount that is being lent outside of the institution. That's your available loan minus institutional ownership equals 46.11 million shares of the float that are either lent out or available to loan. That means that of that 13 million, of this 97.7 million, 46 million of it is partially comes from us, and also the remaining portion comes from us. So if we can stop the retail loaning, basically what ends up happening is we have 100% utilization, right? If we cut out this 46, if we just cut out 13 million, if we cut out 13 million, this number drops down to 97.7. We have 100% utilization. If we can get Apes out there to go find out if their broker is lending their shares and stop that, we instantly make our utilization 100%. And that's the point that I'm trying to get that out there. So many people need to see that. Stop loaning shares. If we can stop loaning the shares, it's going to be the card that rips out from underneath this house of cards, and it's just going to tumble. So grab 5 people that you can find who own this share, physically have them verify that their broker is not lending their shares. If we can do that, all we have to do is cut out 14 million. 14 million would be enough. 13 million. Actually probably 11 million would be enough. But if we can shut out 13 million shares, we instantly drive up to 100% utilization. The amount of shares that they can borrow is gone, and everything just starts unfolding. It'll just wreak havoc on them. Absolutely just wreak havoc. Yeah, I know. So my mom's pointing out that she can't. May 4th. So they had a time set up for the May 4th stockholder meeting, and I remember that. And the time was 2 p.m. Kansas City time would have been my time, Central Standard Time, I think. Should be. So that would mean that 3 hours from now. But there is no time listing for the shareholder meeting today. And the point that's trying to be made to me is that there may never been an intent to actually have a shareholder meeting today. I don't know, or I just can't find the time somewhere. Not sure which, and I would tend to agree with that. That will play an impact as to whether or not I vote for extending this going forward, if it does get extended, which I highly imagine that it will be. But yeah, can't stress enough. Go out, find people, make sure the people that you know who have shares, that their shares are not being borrowed. That's going to make a huge impact on utilization. We could watch that. We could watch this utilization value right here, 88.25%. We could watch that drive up to 100% overnight. Like if everybody just did this all at once, everybody took care of their business and got at least 13 million shares off the market. It instantly drives that up to 100% utilization. They can't borrow shares anymore. As soon as they can't borrow shares anymore, boom, gone. Now, somebody did point out on my post, they said that there is, and I tend to kind of agree with what they're saying. They are saying that the shares are being borrowed or lent, I should say lent. The shares are being lent even though they're saying that they're not lending them. They're and that would be illegal. That could be happening. With my bank example that I've used in the past about the teller who just sets the bag of money on the back porch for somebody to come up, pick it up, and then deliver back. That could be happening. The bank may have put it. The bank may have said to the tellers like, "Okay, we're going to start putting video cameras up now, and we're going to start watching you." But they may still be taking money out of their till and putting it on the back patio for the hedge funds to pick up and do what they wish for the day with them, and then return them. That is a possibility. But the more people that we get to dry up that bucket of loanable shares, the more difficult it makes for them to do or have shady practices. Because quite honestly, the only number that we're going to get out of the shareholder meeting is going to be how many shareholders there are. And they're not going to tell us how many votes there were. So knowing how many shareholders is cool, but all you're going to be able to do with that is take those amount of shareholders, divide it by that 448 million shares on float, and it gives you like some round number that tells you how many shares every person owns as an average, which really doesn't really tell you anything. We've known for a long time that we own the float and more. I I believe a lot more than just the float. I think we own it probably like 4 times over. Just based on the sheer volume and numbers that I've been seeing since the get-go on this thing. So yeah, no known time at this point. We don't even know what time the meeting's supposed to take place today. It's not even in the proxy. Let me go back and look at what I've got. I had the proxy pulled up. I was looking for it. Let's see. Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't have any information about a time. I don't see any times listed. Boy, I would feel terrible for the mass investor if he flew all the way out there to go attend the meeting and then it just never, like it doesn't happen. That would suck. I feel like he would have had to have been invited though. I don't think that they would have just. I don't think he would have just flown out there expecting it to happen, not knowing like a time or. I mean, he knows the place. It's listed. Yeah, I'm still looking through the proxy trying to find something, and I just don't see anything. Other information. I find that really suspicious, honestly. Like, why would you not list what time the shareholder meeting is going to be at? Unless you didn't expect anybody to show up in the first place. So we are breaking out outside of that ascending parallel channel that I had drawn up earlier. Let's see if it continues to move out. More consolidation. So testing off of 40 again. It's 2 tests now off of 40 that we've had. You know, we might go back for round 3 here. Otherwise, that would be a double top. Amount of shares lent. It's still going up. Oh no, wait. Nope. Oh, I changed my mind. It's going down. We were at 3.47 million shares loaned or borrowed. It is currently down to 3.45. What was that comment that somebody had said? I don't see it now. I haven't seen anything. That's really strange. I hadn't even thought about that. That's a great point. You know, I'm going to give my mom credit. Giving mom credit. She's the one that pointed out that there was no time listing for the shareholder meeting today. So that's very interesting information. Why there's no time on the shareholder meeting, I have no idea. I would like to know though. I can't find anything in here. I mean, I see plenty of information in the proxy about it being postponed. I just don't see anything. Nothing in regards to time. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, here it is. I found it. I found it. There is a time. Okay, at the very end of the proxy, at the very, very, very end of the proxy, I'll pull it over here just so y'all can see that I did find it. And it was just, I guess, it was so hard to find. So at the very end of the proxy, it does say right here at the very bottom, annual meeting of stockholders, July 29th, 2021 at 2 o'clock p.m. Central Time. This proxy is solicited by the board of directors. So yeah, so it's in here. It's at the very bottom. Why it's so far down there, I have no idea. It does show, it shows where it's at. Located at 1 AMC Way, 11500 Ash Street, Leawood, Kansas, 66211, and any adjournment or postponement thereof. Yeah, so there it is, 2 o'clock p.m. today. But I still don't have any information. I still don't see any information as to vote by phone, vote by internet. I don't see anything about how to attend. You know, whether there's a conference call or anything like that. I still can't find that. But at least I feel good in the fact that we found the actual time, which should have been the same as last time, which it was. Okay, we started to try and crawl back our way into this ascending parallel channel, but I think what's going to happen now is we're going to see some consolidation. It doesn't seem like we want to break down beyond or lower than 39.65, so that level of support's kind of holding up. And if it didn't hold up earlier back here, you know, it at least held up at 39.55. So we'll see what happens. It's now heading towards 39.55 now, so we'll see if it bounces back off of that a second time. We do have a buy wall at 39.42. Okay, there we go. It's testing. It's gonna go test that 39.42. It looks like. And that's going to be 2 p.m. Central Standard Time, which is my time, which means that we're approximately 2.5 hours away from that meeting happening. So look forward to seeing information coming out of that. I don't know if anybody's going to live stream it. I don't know what's going on. I do know the TMI is there. He said he made a mention in one of his tweets that hello Kansas City. So he's there. He is there, and he may be doing some kind of report after he's been there. Gosh, I so would have loved to have been there. I wish the squeeze would have happened a month ago, and I could have shown up in a nice suit and a limo, maybe fly in on a helicopter. I don't know. The meeting's at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time, so it's about 2.5 hours from now. And I'll just go ahead and post that up here just so everybody can see it. And I found it at the end of the proxy. Yeah, no problem. Sure thing. I still don't know. I don't know where, if you know where we can find information on how to watch that or stream it or find the call. I'll put it on the stream so that we can all hear it or whatever and have it. But I still haven't found anything regarding a conference call. My guess is due to restrictions being lifted that they're probably no longer offering conference calls. But I think that they did have that before, or that was supposed to be happening before, but it's not now. Next week's quarterly update on how the company's doing will probably have a conference call for sure, and we can listen. We can listen to that. Actually, I will do commentary on it as well. I will stream it and comment on how I feel about certain issues. Popular or unpopular, I don't care. It's how I feel. I won't say anything bad, I promise. Let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and I think I'm gonna delete this pennant that we had from earlier. Let me just drive back out here real quick and kind of delete this. This ascending parallel channel is holding up semi-decently for the day. I'm going to go ahead and leave that for just a little bit. RSI right now is down to 57 at the 30-minute interval. On a 5-minute interval, it is currently at 50.49, so that's definitely lower. That's kind of what we want to see. We want to see 50 or lower on those kind of values, and the reason being is that'll help us to get through that. It'll help elevate us up to about $42. Like if the price does decide to shoot up suddenly, it'll be kind of like a good foundation for us to be able to drive through 42 bucks. In fact, I'd love to see the RSI come down even further. And RSI is relative strength index. So the higher the value, the more oversold. The more overbought the stock is. And so we're moving down. Typically you want to be somewhere between 70 and was it 20, I believe. Let's just pull it back out here and we'll see. 70 and 30, sorry. So a happy medium right in the middle would be 50. And currently we're slightly lower than that on a 5-minute interval, but the longer the interval is, the more accurate this RSI is going to be. So we're at 55 at the 30-minute interval. 5-minute intervals at 47. So there's definitely room for this stock to move back up and retest that $40 a third time. Just not the way we're trending at the moment. Our next level of support is 39.26, and that's the value that I said once we broke past that, we wanted to try and stay past it if possible. And once we break past that, we could be back into the kind of the ranges that we started in for the day. So that's kind of our VWAP is kind of coming up to meet up with that. So it could be a good turnaround point for us. And it's not. It would have been a great turnaround point for us, and we're driving through. Do we have any buy walls there? No, we don't. Is volume picking up? Volume is at a good value. This is the kind of volume we want to see. Unfortunately, it's driving the price down. 39.21, 39.20. So I'll go ahead and delete that ascending parallel channel. This would be the breakout from that channel. The bearish breakout. How far down is it going to go? I do want to take a look at options really quick here. I kind of want to see what happened when we tested. We tested that 40.25 back up in here, and I want to see where options went with that. So I'll pull that over here for just a second. Get rid of the tally mark. Oh, the tally marks are gone. Okay. Let's pull that up and just check it. I just refreshed it. I'll do it one more time. Okay, so it looks like 26.4. I just checked this just a little bit ago. It hasn't been too long. So our volume is increased at the $40 strike price from 20.4 to 26.4. So quite a big increase. Being as how we're so close to 40 and the strike price ends tomorrow. The options expire tomorrow. You know, I think there's a lot of positive investors kind of looking to move in to try and make some money here on that $40 strike price. 38 is the high level for puts at 10.2, up from 7,000. So the spread is 38 to 40. I can't. Prediction wise, I have a hard time seeing it drop down below that 38.86 value. They do want to probably. I mean, there's only 10,000. What's the open interest at? Open interest is at $30 with 23,000. Yeah. I'm sure they would love to try and get those in the money, which means they would have to drive through all of this down to this point down here in order to get that money. So my guess is that what they'll probably do is just hedge their bets and take the higher price. So it looks like 39.26 is kind of holding. Kind of, sort of. Kind of, sort of wanna. I am going to take a small break, probably about a 35-minute break, and come back at about 12:10 my time. So, like I said, I stream throughout the entire day, so I do step away usually 2 or 3 times throughout the day to just kind of take a little bit of a breather, a little bit of a break. Got to replenish, have a few more, add some water to this smooth brain of mine, and go water the plants. So let's see here. I was just looking at something real quick before I left. Oh yeah, I wanted to see how busy Citadel was. How busy are you, Citadel? Normal. Okay, I'll just leave you with that we are at 15.5% short share interest, which is slightly up, 3.45 million shares borrowed. That's where we're at, and volumes still kind of having a rough time. 39.41 volume at 11:37, almost halfway through the day. So it looks like my prediction of 50 to 70 million shares traded for the day is looking pretty spot on. I mean, who knows what's going to happen in the later half of today. Oh, Robinhood, it's open. It is open and trading. I forgot about that. Jeez, guys. It's open and trading. It started out at $38 and it is already down to $34. I was waiting to see this train wreck happening here. The price is falling. A lot of volume to begin with. There is 800 plus million shares for this offering. So there's a lot of shares to be purchased. But if the price keeps falling, they may not get that. They're going to be getting less. So the $32 billion they were seeking is going to be dropping. If they don't, I mean, it looks to me like they've only got 34 million shares borrowed or bought so far. I'm not sure how that works exactly as to reporting when an IPO first opens up, but wow. I'm not touching that with anything. I'm going to stay far, far away. All right, guys, enjoy the next 35 minutes or so watching the stock doing what it's doing, and I'll reconvene here in a little bit with you guys. All right, back a little early. Um, Noticed a nice little run up there on my phone while I was sitting there eating lunch, and I couldn't resist. I came back just a few minutes early. So let's see where we're at here. Nice little kind of like mini George W. Looks like we're hitting that 39.26 level of support, and we need to break through that. Sorry, level of resistance. So we need to break through there. That's that key point that I was saying that we're fighting for today. We broke up really nicely on that, and but then we had a double top at $40, and then broke back down underneath it. So hopefully we can drive back through that $39.26. A lot of people are wondering what's on the other side of that $40 wall, because they've been trying to keep us away from it for so long. I really don't think that there's, I hate to break it to you guys, but I don't think that there's anything hugely positive immediately after 40. And the reason I say that is that investors kind of that's the gray area. $40 to $45 is kind of where investors kind of go, like, they shy away from the stock and go, it's a little too much. I don't know if I want to buy it now, and it's rising in price. The only way that we're really going to punch through there is some type of event that occurs that causes a catalyst to have people have like FOMO, and then it just explodes through the 40 to 45 range. That's when we'll see another price increase, where we jump up as much as we did when we hit like 77. But first, we need to get past that $40 mark. I don't think that there's, some people I've been seeing some people suggest that there's margin calls at that point. I've seen the point of $60 where margin calls have been theorized at 60. I don't think either of those two are it. I really believe that margin calls will happen more in the range of $90 to $95. But that 40 to 45 is kind of, it's like what I want to call the hedge fund's gray playground area. So they'd like to drive the price up in there. They know that there's not a whole lot of support, stall it out, and then drop the price again. So expect to see some kind of stall outs. Let's look and see how Robinhood's doing. So it looks like it recovered a little bit, avoiding this like a hot poking iron. It's opened up at $38. The total amount of volume. So I'm not sure how this works on an opening day for an IPO. I think if I had to guess, the amount of volume that you have for the opening day has got to be a mixture of buy orders as well as actual trades. Yeah, I'm not really sure how an IPO opens. I'm sure they don't just throw all the stock out there for just everybody to buy at $38, because obviously it's going to have to. It's probably injected over time, or people have been buying into it in advance. But it is down about 5% and fluctuating quite a bit volume-wise. Let's see, what do we have here? Yeah, the volume's pretty heavy on this. We'll watch that hot mess from a distance. Since I do have quite a few followers watching right now, I want to get back out there and say that right now we really super need to find any of your friends that you know who are invested in this stock, and get with them and find out if they have verified that their broker is not lending their shares. Super, super, super important. I think we have an opportunity to show. I think we have an opportunity to make a change in what's happening with utilization of shares on loan. And what I'll do is I'll pull up my post from earlier today, just to kind of cover it real quick. There's 46 million retail shares that are being borrowed on the market. We can have a major impact on the utilization today if we stop this. I posted this. On loan, there's currently 97.7 million shares, and I'll back this up with hard data. On Ortex, right here, if you look up on loan amount, it's 97.689373. Right, so just rounding it, 97.7. I think I might have stated a slightly smaller number there. No, I did state 97.7. So there is 97.7 shares on loan. Utilization is 88.25%. Utilization is right here, 88.25. Available to loan. So the way that you can come up with that value is if you take your on loan amount and you divide it by the percentage of utilization, it gets the remainder amount, which is 110.7 million shares, which means that there's roughly 13 million shares available left to loan. But that number can change. If brokers find more shares to loan, then that can directly impact utilization. So what does that tell us about institutional ownership? And I'll tell you what that means. The way you can figure that out is if you look at your shares outstanding, which is 513.33 million, and your float, which is the amount of shares that the public can own up to. The difference is your institutional ownership, and that number is 64.59 million. That means that you're available to loan right here, 110 minus institutional ownership of 64.59 means that there's 46.11 shares of the float that are either lent out or available to loan, right? Because they're at 97.7 on loan, which is more than the total institutional ownership amount. So we have to stop the retail loaning. If we can get the float portion of the shares out of that loan, out of those loans, it's going to dry up and your utilization will hit 100%. We need that. That is the card at the bottom of the house of cards that you can yank out and permanently affect the utilization to this. Buying more shares is not going to change the institution. It's not going to change utilization. If we want to see utilization go up, we have to stop the free float from making it out there and being used to loan out. Put in. Let me see. I'm looking up to see if I can actually get into the shareholder meeting. I might have a availability to do this. Okay, give me just 1 second. This is important because I think people want to hear this. So let me just make sure I can do this. Okay. That's not working for me, so I'm gonna have to try something different. Holder account number. Hold on 1 second. Let me just see if I can pull this up. That should be right. So I'm currently trying to pull up a way to be able to possibly stream the shareholder meeting. So let me continue to work on this for just a minute and see if I can get this to work. Oh, you're kidding me. No. Oh, my proxy information is gone. Let me see if I have another way to get this. Let me think here real quick. I can select that. Oh, this is going to make me sick that I didn't write down that information. Maybe I can find out my history. That's going to make me absolutely sick if I can't find that. So basically what I'm looking for right now is it's wanting me to put in, what's the data it wants? It wants me to put in my holder account number. I'm a current U.S. resident, so there's no reason why I shouldn't be able to enter in my social security number to confirm my shareholder. I don't understand why this isn't working. Let me try one more time. 6W. Crazy. So it's not, so I'm going to go ahead and let my contact know here. Okay, so I'm unable to get on and verify via the route that was given to me, which is computer share. I'll go ahead and post this. I'll post it on there in case anybody else has any luck. So let me copy this. I'm going to copy this link and paste it in here. in case anybody else should happen to have luck. You can try that link, and it's going to ask you for your social security number, your zip code, and it may be a way to be able to get into listening to the shareholder meeting. I attempted to try it, and it doesn't find me. And I know I've had shares since January, so I'm not sure. It's saying that there was a problem with your submission. We were unable to locate an account using those details. Please check the information. Try again. I put in it asked for social security number, zip code, and then the company that you want to that you own shares in. And I listed all that information. It didn't give me anything. I think Fidelity has taken down Fidelity has taken down the I'm looking for something specific here. I can't do two with ADD. I just can't do two different things at once. Fidelity took down the ability for me to look at my proxy. So now what I'm doing is trying to go to my history. And see if I can find where I went through the this may be it. Nope, that's not it. I know. See, I voted on Monday, which would have been the 20, or did I vote on Tuesday? No, I voted on Monday, 26th. So I should be going back to the 26th to find the history where I did that. 27. And what I should be able to do is I should be able to open up the link that took me to my voting. Let's see if this is it. Oh no. Yeah, that's gotta be it. Still looking for where I signed in to do my voting. Because if I can find that, I think that'll should be able to get me the numbers that I need. This might be it. Yeah, and it's asking me for my control number, which I have no clue as to what it is, because through Fidelity it links you directly. And I didn't write down my 2 control numbers. I should have done that. Let me see if it's in my email. It's highly possible. So that would have been an email that would have come out sometime just slightly after June. Okay, so I have one control number. That may be more than enough. We'll try that and see what happens. All right, let me try this and see what happens. I'm going to go back to the original page. And I'll try the other method that doesn't use my Social Security. I don't think that it's asking for a holder account number, which I'm not sure that necessarily constitutes that, but let's see. That didn't get me in either. That really stinks. Super, super lame. Well, I tried, guys. I don't know how else to get in there. You might have some better luck. It looks like they were saying if you go to Charlie's vids on YouTube, apparently he said that was the website that I linked up here, that you put in your SSN and that you could, I guess, maybe see something through there. I haven't seen anything at all regarding that, but let's see if we have anybody doing live streams right now. The Masked Investor is doing a live stream. And I know he's in Kansas City. He posted it anyways. And it is approximately about 30 minutes before the meeting would start. So I don't know where he's at. I just know that it says live. Let's just check. I'm gonna check him out real quick and just see what he's doing. So he's there currently streaming. Or okay, so he's doing a live stream. It doesn't make it look like he's gonna be showing up anywhere. I mean, he's got basically a half hour to be there. If he's not traveling right now, then he's either there or he's uh, I don't know. I don't know what he's doing out in Kansas City, but maybe he was going to try to be a part of it. Let's see here. Let's kind of go over some of our our indices that we kind of look at throughout the day. Currently, we're not seeing a whole bunch of change in available shares to borrow. It looks like earlier around 11 o'clock it was at 500,000 and it's dropped now to 400,000. Let me get rid of this real quick here. I see stuff and then it's like it bothers me and I got to get rid of it. All right. So it looks like ETFs, they did borrow a few shares out of there. I've noticed that the ETFs have kind of risen. They were in the 2 millions and now in the 3 millions. We'll look at options next. Can I get a feel for what options are seeing? $40 strike price now is up to 33.3. We'll just call it 33.4 from 26.4 to 33.4 thousand contracts available or open. Sorry. At the put, $38 is still the heavy strike price. 10.2 is what it was. It's now at 13.3. So I'm just kind of tracking that daily here. This is my volume prediction for today is at 50.7. They had 3.45 million shares borrowed when I left for lunch. And let's see where we're up to now. 4.48. This is a big day of borrowing, guys. This is big. I haven't seen a 4.48 number in the week or two that I've been tracking that data. I honestly haven't seen a number that high. That's a lot of shares borrowed. It never, ever, ever lines up with how many shows up on loan the next day. But I mean, still, this is a big number today. And the short share interest is increasing, 15.66. With this happening, with this borrowing and the increase in short share interest, I would highly suspect that we'll be in the 90s or close to 90% or more tomorrow on utilization. So we broke past 39.26. I forgot my water. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to grab my water. Dang, I run hot. This is supposed to be a cooling blanket, and it is not cool. I walk away. I thought, oh, I'll come back to a nice cool seat. Nope. Nope. Not cool at all. Got it at Costco, in case you're wondering. 44.68 million shares volume today traded. That's not good. Okay, so here's the problem. I'm highlighting the volume down here at the bottom, and we're trading like less than 100 average, 100,000 shares on average per minute. That's really low. What does that come out to? I mean, if you were to just math it out, maths. So there's 390 minutes in a trading day, right? So multiply 390 minutes. You know, if you were just going to average 100,000 per minute, it's 39 million shares traded in a day. Now we're already obviously over that, but that's due to the amount of volume that we had in the beginning half of the day today. If we kind of zoom out here a little bit, you can see volume started out much better in the beginning and then just slowly over time fizzled out. So we're going to struggle. We're going to struggle with this really low volume. It's going to be very, very easy for them to manipulate the price down, as well as it's easy for the price to trend up as well. So don't be discouraged. I'm just trying to give the facts here about what I'm seeing. I do see, looking for some trends here. I mean, there's an ever so slight ascending parallel path here. Ever so slight. Maybe. I mean, it's just so minuscule. It's hard to even it's hardly even worth pointing out. We're dropping back down to test that 39.26. We are actually below it right now. We do have a level of support at 39.21. There's a wall there. Also another one at 39.18. Nothing on the sell side or the ask. I view it as like the buy side and the sell side, even though it's bid and ask. I just kind of refer to it as buy and sell. Man, I'm really encouraged. Even though the volume's low today, the numbers that I'm seeing, 4.48 million shares borrowed, that's actually really big. That's a huge number. Typically I only see that happen when they're expecting a big fight. So there could be something incoming. Whether it be news, I'm not sure. Robinhood's still kind of sucking wind a little bit, but it is recovering somewhat to some extent. And if you guys ever have any like YouTube, sorry, not YouTube, Reddit posts, because I'm a huge Redditor. It's my favorite platform for social media. If you see anything, let me know. Point it out, and I'll definitely give credit where credit is due. Hold on a second, guys. So I'm not normally this scruffy, in case anybody's wondering. This is no shave until we moon. I'm trying to run with it. It's killing the crap out of me. I'm going to find some beard oil or something to try and make it more tolerable. This is not me at all. This is probably the second longest I've ever gotten it before. Yeah, it's rough, man. If anybody has tips or tricks, I'm down. Hit me up, because this is getting unbearable. I grew up in a military family. I can't say that I ever saw my dad grow out. I heard he grew one out once, and I never got to see it. But looks like we do have some new 13Fs and NP filings on AMC, so I'll go ahead and pull those up over here. Check them out real quick. Let's see. We've got, I believe the last one that I saw I think it was the four share and the 10 share items. So it looks like something kind of slipped in the middle here. The Sterling Investment Advisors. Oh no, I'm sorry. This one, CWM LLC. They slipped in there for 665 shares, but of course this is probably going to be on the 30th. Yep, 6:30. So they bought these shares back on 6:30. Over almost a month ago. So 665 shares purchased by CWM, 17,843 by TSGUX is a small mid-cap equity fund. There's a call option by CWM and SFYF. It's an ETF. Bought 74,000 shares. At that price, it has to be back in May. We'll look it up. It's got to be a May listing. Yep, 531. So yeah, crazy. The interesting thing that's going to be coming out in the next couple days, we're going to start seeing all of the information for this last month coming out. And it'll be interesting to go over and see how many institutional investors actually sold during this month when we had downtimes. I'm looking forward to seeing that information. So that's kind of why I'm watching that right now. Overwhelmingly, I have to say, for the month of June, the reporting that I'm seeing so far is all overwhelmingly buys. It's just hands down, it's way more buys than sells. So the investor meeting should be starting. Oh, it's Central Standard Time for the investor meeting, so it's actually going to be an hour and 20 minutes from now. Give me 1 second. It sounds like a horn honked outside. My wife just left, so I thought, oh, maybe she's honking, she needs something. But it was just a neighbor. So this is posted by No Satisfaction 4460. Okay, everybody's saying it's not worth looking at. I'm not going to even look at it. It says, we aren't winning, we've won. It's news through Yahoo that's saying basically retail investors replaced hedge funds, 800-pound gorilla. I'm not going to click on it. Half the time, if you just read what people put in the comments section, it tells you whether it's worth looking at or not. You need to understand a timeline does exist. Well, I don't know if I agree with a timeline specifically, but I do believe that there's if you look at the data, over time, it's showing indicators. This specific indicator right here keeps having these dips, and whenever it has these dips, you have price increases. So I want to say that there's definitely cycles of time, but I don't know that there's a timeline like you can say specifically when something's going to happen, because I feel like this is a multifaceted piece of a puzzle where just because you drop 10 pieces of the puzzle on the table, maybe one or two of the pieces may snap into place automatically by chance, but that doesn't mean that you've completed the 10-piece puzzle. You have to actually, some of the pieces just have to kind of connect, and then once those critical pieces connect, everything just kind of falls into place at that point. So I think we do have to have these key indicators, and that's why I've got them up here, based off of True Demon's work that he put up. I think that there's very definitely a correlation to some of the key indices that we need to see, which is short exempt volume needing to be over 3 million a day. Utilization needs to be over 95%, and day over day price increases needs to be over 5% for like 3 days in a row. So right now we're not really hitting those indices. I can't even speak. Indices. So we're gonna struggle until we get that, and that's why I was saying about utilization. If we can get people to make sure that their shares are not being borrowed, our utilization is going to go through the roof. Once utilization goes through the roof, they're going to have to start borrowing more shares. Once they have to start borrowing more shares, failure to delivers are going to start happening more frequently. And the sooner that failure to delivers happen more frequently, that's when just basically chaos ensues. That's when they go into these cycles to where they have to be forcibly purchased off the market in order to cover. And if there's nothing to purchase off the market, that's when you start having an increase in price. Increase in price eventually leads to margin calls. So that's the kind of like the 4 or 5 step process that we need to be following. But it all stems from utilization. And I came to that determination this morning that if we can't get that utilization up, there's just always going to be shares for them to borrow out there. And we have to get that to dry up. There's more than just us taking our shares off the market that needs to happen, but that could definitely be one of the things that would help to move that along, getting that utilization up there. So yeah, grab 5 of your friends that you know who have AMC and confirm with everybody that you know who has AMC. If you've talked to family members into buying, make sure that they know. Make sure that their shares aren't being used to borrow on the market. Depending on who they're trading through, help people out. If you can't help them out, send them to me. Not even to just watch the channel, just send them to me just for one day or one period of time. I'll help walk them through whatever it is that they need to do to get off of a borrowing list for their broker. If they just come here for the help, that's fine. I'd love to help people, because that's how we're going to win this. We're going to win this because currently, if we continue to give the hedge funds ammo. See, I always kind of thought that that it was really these. I really felt like it was the banks that were giving the money to, or giving the shares to, lending the shares to the hedge funds that was the problem. But really, what it's turning out to be is the problem on our part. How can you tell if your shares are being borrowed? Okay, what is your trading platform that you use? Who's your broker? And that's where we're going to start. We have to start with your broker, and we have to look up and figure out how we can see if your shares. So one of the first things you're going to do is identify who your broker is. The second thing you're going to do is you're going to need to identify whether you have a margin account. Okay, Fidelity, perfect. I say perfect because that's who I use, and it makes this a lot easier on me. Do you know if you have a margin account? That's the next question. If you have a margin account, there's a possibility that you could have your shares on loan. And if you're not sure how to look up if you have a margin account, I can help you with that. If you're on a PC, I can actually, even if you're not on a PC, I can still help you with that. Okay, if you do not have a margin account, then I can tell you right now that your shares are not being borrowed. Individual cash accounts are not lendable or borrowed accounts, so you don't have anything to worry about. You're fine. And I can just tell you that because we've gone through this a while back. I've trenched through these mud puddles several times, and we've confirmed on multiple occasions that if you're not on a margin account with Fidelity, then your shares are not being placed up for loan. They're not lendable. So you're okay. And welcome to the channel, Todd. It's awesome to have you here. I haven't seen you before, and welcome to the community. Ask questions. My main objective on this channel is that when me and another guy, John, who's listed, you'll see his tally mark listed up on the page there. We both kind of quit our jobs a while back, beginning of June, and basically what happened is we were just kind of monitoring the stocks. Yeah, no problem. We were monitoring the stocks, and at some point, I want to say it was like it's been about 4 weeks now, maybe 3 weeks ago. I told him, I said, like, you know what? Some of the stuff is we're sitting here just monitoring the stocks and whatnot. I was like, this is just like some of the shit that was coming out of our mouths was just hilarious. And I said, John, we should start up a YouTube channel and just talk about AMC and just lead people to. I guess one of the things that I saw that I felt like I needed before I started kind of monitoring AMC really heavily was I didn't see any live streams that were like, the entire trading day. And I was like, "Ooh, we could really use that in the community." And so that's basically where this stemmed from. Was like, okay, I've got level 2 order book. People probably want to see that if they don't have a subscription. I'll buy Ortex subscription, and then later on down the road. In fact, I think this is last week. I purchased the subscription for Fintel. So I have the data. If you need data and you want to see data, that's what I'm here for. And I'm just streaming. I'm my wife's supporting me through this right now. She's being a trooper. We're going to make it to well into next year if we need to. And so I'm just going to be here to help support the movement and just get to know people. Try to help people plan. I've got a lot. I've got a lot of information, and it's so much that's to cover. I mean, just one thing I can kind of put up on the page for you. This is going to be massive. So I put together a model. I did a model on GME. I modeled it out, and I can't show you everything because there's kind of some stuff on the side that is account related info. But I'll put it up on the screen here just for you to see for just a minute. Oh yeah. Have a good one. It's good seeing you, Michael. Thanks for stopping by. Come again anytime. So basically, this is a very short model. This is taking what happened to GME and compressing it into. I kind of parsed all the data. I looked at it and I said, okay, where are there like defining points in the stock trading that I saw in the squeeze that happened with GME? And essentially, what I came up with was there's 3 key defining points, and I like to call it synthetic price failures. The very first point is the 20% drops. Whenever you see a 20% drop price in the stock, it's what I like to call the synthetic price failure, and it's basically the hedge funds trying to induce paper hands. And so you see these, you'll see like the price get up to some value, and then you'll see a 20% decrease or more, about 20% decrease in price. And then what ends up happening is they typically are able to draw in paper hands, and if that price moves on to the next level, it's 40%. And if it hits 40%, between a 20 and 40% drop from whatever that previous high was, that's actual paper hands, and that's how you know. And so the whole reason I got into this was I was like, if I had been trading GME, how would I have known when I was on the backside of the squeeze? And I had a real difficult time. So as you see here, the price history on GME, I've got dates over here in this one column, price changes. So this price changes on 1/8 would be this date here. 1708, and then 111 is this value right here. So between 18 and 111, the price increased 27.8%. So you just kind of track it along, right? Let's just pretend this was AMC for a minute. We got up to that $76 value. Would you have sold? Well, probably not, because you're here right now. So, and of course, nobody sold. They had maybe 10%, maybe 10% of paper hands, because it had one of those SPFs, or the synthetic price failures, that went down 20%, but it's actually it went further than the 20, it went to 30. So it dropped from 76.73 to 54.47, but then it shot up from the 22nd to the 25th. It shot up to $136, which is basically 150% increase in price. Then it drops to $65. Now, the question I had to ask myself as I was looking at this data, I was like, could I have withstood watching the price drop from $136 by half, 52%? Would I have been one of those paper hands? Would I have been one of the 52% that sold? And the more I started thinking about it, I was like, I would have struggled. I would have really struggled watching the price drop 50% plus. But then when you continue down this list here, and you realize that on the very same day, not only did it drop from 136 and go to 65.01, but on the very same day it goes back up to 159. And then you're like, whew, right? Maybe you didn't sell, and you're like, whew, dodged a bullet. Now it's worth more than it was early in the day. And then again, the same exact day, if you're looking at the dates over here, it's still on the same exact day, it drops down to 61 again. Would you have sold? Because if you had sold either one of those two times, within the next 2 days, you missed the peak of the squeeze. And so the whole reason that I put together this is because I wanted to find red flags that indicated to me that we were on the backside of a squeeze. Because to me, when you see a 60% drop in price, that seems like the backside. So, but it took me some time to realize, as I started to piece out this information, I started realizing that there actually is a way to figure out within a percentage a margin of error if you're on the backside or not. And I'm not able to discuss that because I think there's legal ramifications as to my findings and giving away that information. I've highly debated whether or not I could just publish this someplace for people to see, but I don't think that I can. But what I can do is I can definitely tell people, hey, when I see those indicators hitting, I can say to people, I'm feeling like I see a lot of indicators hitting right now that this is the backside of the squeeze. I'm not a financial consultant. I can't tell you what to do, but I can tell you when I'm doing. And I can say, I think based off of these numbers, we're really looking like we're on the backside of a squeeze. That's all I can do. I can't tell you if I'm going to be 100% right, but I do feel that I can probably predict the backside of the squeeze at least 20% from the top. And so you have to ask yourself, well, whatever the top may be, are you willing to sell 20% less than the top? Well, if it were GME, the top would have been $514.50, and you have to ask yourself, was that right? Is that the right value? I feel like it was higher than that. No, that was high. You have to ask yourself, 20% less than $514, if you had sold, would have been $514.50. Would have been $411. I would have probably told you guys to sell at $411. Or that's what I would have told myself. I would have said, I need to get out now. Now it looks like the good time. And indeed, here's the top. There is an instance in here and in here, at least twice, where you see that happen, where you could get out at that value that I'm talking about. So I believe that you can predict the backside of these if you're looking for the right indicators. Now, I've spent the better half of my life working in engineering, doing SPC work, statistical process control, where you basically go and you look at charts all day long, all night long. I worked night shift my whole life. And you're looking for indicators that tell you um, that something's going to happen or that there's a change coming, or how to identify when there's outliers. Uh, there's a lot of, I mean, I could just talk on and on and on, and it would just bore you to tears. But there's a lot of stuff out there that you can, from my background of work, that leads me to be able to see these kind of trends and look for indicators that would strike to me as being indicators or good indicators for selling on the backside. So that's what, I'm going to be here for that. I'm going to be able to help people with that. But more importantly, I think talking about everything together as a community is hugely important. We need to talk about uh, what are your plans after you sell. That's something that we need to talk about in the future. We all need to discuss that. Because regardless of what price point you pick to get out on, you need to start thinking about how much money you're going to have. You need to think about where that money is going to go and whether or not it's going to be safe. Those are huge topics, and I've covered some of it. I've done some interviews with a couple different financial consultants and some banks. Charles Schwab is kind of the place that I was leaning towards until I saw something recently that kind of gave me a little bit of a red flag. At this point in time, I'm still choosing to kind of tend towards Charles Schwab, and I'll tell you why. Charles Schwab specifically has accounts that will, if you have $20 million in one account, they'll insure it. And if you do FDIC normal banking, they only insure up to, I believe it's $250,000 per account. So if you had, say, for example, $2 million that you made off it, I'm just throwing numbers out, but if you made $2 million on AMC and you wanted all that money to be insured, you would have to open up 8 different accounts and put $250,000 into each account and be like, hey, and deal with, the fun times of having 8 different accounts. So they're good things to be thinking about. These are the kind of things we need to plan in advance and start looking at and talking about as a group, as a community. And that's what I'm here to do. In case you're wondering, I know I explained it earlier, so for those of you who are still listening, and I'll keep explaining it every once in a while, but price prediction tally. If that scares you, don't let it scare you. It's fun. It's me and 2 other guys that are kind of playing around with trying to predict the price at the end of the day each day, and we bet each other ice cream over it, and I'm losing. So we've been doing it. John and I, John and Casey. I'm Casey. John and I have been doing it for, I guess this is the start of our 4th week, and Eric's been doing it for 3 weeks, I think. And so, I mean, if that gives you any indicator, actually, no, it's been less than that. I'm sorry, I scratched that off. John and I have been doing it for 3 weeks. Eric's been doing it for 2 weeks. And there was a holiday in there, so we missed a day. But I mean, in the grand scheme of things, you can see we give ourselves a $3 price range. And then if you hit it, great. If we all miss it, it goes into a miss column. So you can see how many times we've missed it. It's 9. Huge. It's so difficult to try and predict the price on this stock. It just so is. But we're just doing it for fun. So I am getting pretty darn good at predicting volume for each day. Like today, I've got a prediction that I put out at 7 a.m. We do these price predictions at 7 a.m. every morning, Central Standard Time, which is hour and a half before markets open. So we usually get all our numbers in, and man, I'll tell you what, Eric being a week behind John and I has really been probably the best predictor out of the 3 of us. Yesterday I was the only one to win a point. No, I take that back. Yesterday, Eric and I both got a point on price predictions, and I'll put those up for today, and you can see those. I'm at 37.5 to 40.5. Eric's at 35.5 to 38.5, and John is 35.8 to 38.8. So that's what we're kind of predicting for the end of today. We all have different methods. I think that's one of the most beautiful things about us predicting these prices is that each one of us kind of bases it off of different things. But I've been getting really good at predicting volume on each day. And today you'll see my prediction. It has no bearing. None of the rest of the guys predict volume. I just do it because I think I'm getting really good at it. 50 to 70 million shares is what I had predicted at 7 a.m. this morning. I think I'm going to be right in the ballpark. We have 2 hours of trading left today. Volume is currently at, yeah, it's under 100,000 shares per minute average. It's just not. It's suffering. So I'll be right in the green on that one today. I always give myself about 20 million spread, and I usually get pretty darn close to it, almost on a daily basis. I'm surprised. I'm surprised a lot of times when most of the time I feel like personally when I'm looking at volume in the mornings, I feel like low volume days means red days. But like yesterday, pleasantly surprised. 2%. What did we get? 2 point something percent. I have it up on the screen. I can't even see it. 2.34% on a day where we had just slightly over my prediction. I had predicted the same numbers I have today is 50 to 70, and our volume yesterday was 70.8 million. So I was pleasantly surprised to see an up day like that. It's cool. It's awesome. And like I said, it makes it so much more difficult to predict what's going to happen every day on this stock. And then some days it just rockets, and there's just no way to see that coming. I'm trying to look for formations right now. Earlier I kind of wanted to say this when I was looking at it, and it almost looks like a giant. In fact, if I move out to like a 5-minute interval, what I'm seeing is a shoulder head shoulder, except for the spike right here kind of nullifies it from that pattern. This would be a bearish pattern, if I'm right. Let's zoom out just a little bit more. 30-minute interval. Okay, and it disappears. So RSI at 30-minute interval is 50.56, which is right down the middle. On a 5-minute interval, RSI is at 43.9. This is relative strength index. You want to see the number needs to kind of stay between 30 and 70. The closer it is to 30, the more oversold the stock is, and which means that there's going to be buying pressure. The higher over or the closer to 70 or higher over 70 means that there's too much buying. It's oversold. Yeah, overbought, and it's going to sell off. I had to think about that in my head. Let's see. So on this 1-minute interval, as I zoom out, I mean, this pattern just really looks to me like almost like a shoulder. I love the George W back here. It's awesome. Almost looks like a shoulder, head, shoulder. But I mean, this peak right here just throws it completely off. I mean, if pennant, maybe? No. It's just consolidation, really. You might have a little bit of a wedge going on. This would be a bearish wedge. Maybe something a little bit like this. So let's see. Our level of support's at 38.86. The yellow lines on my page here are Fibonacci retracements, so levels of support and levels of resistance. If it's above the yellow line, then it's a level of support. If it's below the yellow line, then it's a level of resistance. Our VWAP, or volume weighted average, is trending higher than where we're at, which means that we should come up to merge with that. However, this looks like a bearish indicator here, which I could see us dropping through, except for the fact that we have this pretty strong level of support at 38.86. I don't think that's going to happen, so I'm going to delete it. I really think that the price is fighting it for $39. I mean, if you look at the options, let's just cover those real quick here. Refresh. So I just kind of keep a daily tally going on my notepad. My stick it note, 38.9 at 40, so that is up significantly. 38.9, that's the volume for the options. For the puts, $38 still, and it's 14.4, so up barely. And it's definitely 10, 20, 30. It's almost a 3-to-1 ratio of calls to puts on strength. I'm kind of using a different. So this is Yahoo Finance. I'm trying to transition over to Fidelity, just because it's a little more clean. Actually, I got to think. I need to. No, I think I should be okay. So this is just looks a little bit more clean to me. On this options. I mean, because the thick level of bars, you can it almost just jumps right out at you. Still trying to decide if I'm going to switch. So the difference between open interest is the total amount of open contracts versus the volume of contracts that are happening today. And thanks to Duncan, one of my support team and moderators on the channel, he helped to explain to me how that was working. I'm not a huge I'm not a huge options player. I've actually only honestly traded options one time. When I first opened up my Webull account, you have to give them $300 into the account to get like level 2 order book status for like 3 months or something like that. So I put $300 in, and this was back when we were underneath $10, and I bought three options at about I think it was like 240 some odd dollars. I bought 3 options of $10 strike price on a Monday, I think, before the strikes expired that Friday. And we hit $10 like on Friday. And since I had never traded options before, I got this email saying that they were going to close out my position if I didn't have the equity to buy the options. And I was like, are you kidding me? Like, what? I had no idea what was going on. Sad story is that I didn't realize I could sell my options and get my money out of them, because I probably would have been really close to breaking even. I would have lost, I don't know, $14 or something maybe on the deal. And so they ended up expiring out of the money because it didn't close over 10 that day, but it was over 10 on Friday. And it was just, I was waiting for it to hit like $10.40 so I could break even. I didn't realize that I could sell before it broke even. I thought I had to break even to sell. And so I dumped $240, wasted it, and it was a good learning lesson. It really was a good learning lesson for me. I learned a lot about some of the things that can go wrong with options. But I also learned that they're extremely volatile, and they're risky, super risky. good news is that I traded a whole bunch of Dogecoin at that time and ended up making all my money back anyway, so it wasn't that big of a deal. But I do watch Dogecoin on my list here just because I feel like it's a pump and dump. They're still hovering at about 20 bucks right now, or sorry, 20 cents. I do expect to see this to drop down to 17 at some point. I think the dump's coming. So we are down negative now, ever so slightly for the day. Putting John and Eric back in the running here for tally mark for the day. I don't like that. I don't like owing ice cream to my buddies. Let's see about our inflow. Inflow versus outflow. 433 million in outflow versus 438 million in inflow. So that's our order flow distribution. So there's more cash incoming to purchases than there is outflowing. Can anybody say dark pool? Dark pool trading? Options are looking like they could really just explode. Like if the price were to just jump over 40 and hit like $42, $43, we could have the beginnings of a gamma squeeze going into next week. I don't see that happening. Simply because I think that they're borrowing. I mean, the level of shares that they've borrowed today is it's currently at 4.48. Let me refresh this to see if that's still current. Yeah, 4.49 million shares borrowed today. I have not seen a number that high in a while, if ever. I can't remember 4.49. That's high. To give you an example, I think most of earlier this week and last week, it was actually returned shares instead of borrowed. So I'm seeing different differences in that indicator. As to whether or not that'll actually show up as on loan for tomorrow, we'll see. If it does, if all 4 million of those show up on loan for tomorrow, we'll be over 100 million on loan, which is vastly important. And I'm gonna go check. Let's check Reddit. See if there's. I kind of like to see what the sentiment is every once in a while on Reddit, just to see what people are saying. And I give credit to anybody who posts something on Reddit, just because I think it's important to give credit to those who are posting things. This is posted by Zen624, and I'll just go ahead and post it up over this nasty movement that we don't want to see. Let's see. I got Adam telling me something here. Yeah. Okay, let me see here. Where was I? Oh, yeah. So Gary Gensler just posted this. Apparently, so it's talking about as we work to protect investors, maintain fair, orderly, and efficient markets, and facilitate capital formation, I'd like to highlight 7 factors that were at play in these volatile events. So I'm assuming that this has to do with it's hard to say without seeing the whole document. But you know, the PFOF, payment for order flow, is listed in there. Short selling and market transparency, social media, market plumbing, clearance and settlement, system-wide risks. Where's the black pools? I want to see black pools in here. That should be in here. I really am disliking the idea that they can control price action for the day based off of trading into dark pools to mitigate that price and increase. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Okay, so they've dropped us down. They're kind of hitting towards 38.29. So, I mean, maybe I should have drawn that wedge earlier because I mean, I was showing the wedge and it was looking like it was going to kind of tail off and drop out right about here. And it did. So maybe I should have just kept the indicator there. It looked a little too narrow. It looked too tight. I didn't like how it was. It just didn't look right to me. Volume. It's a killer. It's just, I mean, it's just so simple to drive the price down or up. Volume did increase to what I would consider what should be normal levels very briefly. Just probably long enough to get this price to fall. I'm surprised that we haven't seen. Oh, it's 2. That's right. It's 2 p.m. Central Standard, my time. So we got about 40 minutes to the meeting. All right, here's the over under. We're gonna play a game. Over or under that the shareholder meeting gets postponed. Who's got a yes on the shareholder meeting getting postponed? I'm gonna put myself in that category. I'm gonna say it gets postponed again. I'm thinking maybe it might. I'll tell you what, sure was a pain in the butt to try and figure out what time that was starting today, and I don't know why I couldn't find that information readily. It was really kind of hard to find. Todd's saying yes. Yeah, I mean that's the option was there, right? That was the proposal 5. It was back in there again for them to postpone if they didn't get the votes that they wanted. I'll tell you what. If they do postpone again, and I voted yes for that, by the way, I did vote yes for postponing or having the ability to. If they do postpone again, I may not vote yes for that. I voted yes every single time. Well, every single the 2 times that we voted, I voted yes to that proposal to push this down the road, to kick the can down and decide later. I was a little sad that they took the 20. I mean, I'm glad that they took the 25 million shares off to show that there was not going to be any kind of in-house ape fighting any longer over whether there's going to be more share dilution or not. So I feel like that was a good thing, but I still would have liked to have seen it on there, and I still would have liked us to have voted no for it and still said okay, but yes, but maybe later. I really did kind of want to see that. At the same time, I do feel like a lot of apes out there want to see this voting end. They want this whole voting process to be over with. I think that there's a lot of people out there that seem to think that that this is going to make a difference, finalizing the votes. It's not. I mean, we've seen too many instances of facts. You know, GME had a vote. They've counted their shares. You know, nothing. There's nothing that came out of it. It's not going to help us. The only thing it's going to identify is how many shareholders voted. It's not going to tell us how many actual votes there were. unfortunately. I would love for it to do that. What we really need to have, if we want to have an actual share count, the shares have to be recalled. Um, and basically it sounds like it's near impossible to get done. I've suggested a couple things on occasions and been shot down by a lot of people with the suggestions. Anywhere from a dividend that was returned to like a one share dividend. Because what they could do is they could have issued. Get this. What if they issued 50 million shares instead of 25, right? And then they gave one share to every investor at the day of counting as a shareholder return, right? I think that would be a great way to try and if it's a dividend, they have to do a recount. They have to pull back in all the shares, and they can find out exactly how many people they have to owe these to. And we already know it was 4.1 on the last measurement, so it'd be like something like 5 million shares that they'd have to hand out. 5 or 6, maybe 6 million shares tops that they'd have to hand out of the 50 million, and I'd vote for that in a heartbeat. Sure, you're going to sit there and count, you're going to recall and give us a dividend one share, and at the same time you're going to take 40 while you pass out 6, or whatever it is. 44, you're going to take 44 million shares and pass out 6 million to the rest of the shareholders. Awesome. Let's do it. Sign me up. I'm ready to go. Because that's going to, that would be a way to count the shares. I think there's other ways to do it too. I don't know what they are. I know I've read like on Investopedia that if the CEO or the board believes that there's a heavy dilution of shares, that they can do it. That they can just count. They can just have a vote, a share recall. But I think they have to prove it to the SEC. So maybe this process and this whole voting process is them proving to the SEC that they need to do a share count or a share recall. And if that's the case, then we do need to finish this process and get these votes all tallied up and get that information to the SEC. I know a lot of people don't trust in the SEC to protect us, and I can't say that I do either, but I feel like we got to start moving through the steps, the right channels, the right process of doing what we need to do. Okay, looks like they borrowed some shares. It's been a while. It was at 400,000 at 1248, and it looks like they just borrowed about 300,000 shares. Does that mean that they think that they're going to see a busy end of the day push? Possibly. That would be my guess. Let's see what we're looking at here. I'm looking for a pattern. Nothing really jumps out to me. This would be a good section in here to form a nice George W. Let's see if we follow that. We already had one earlier today, right here. Look familiar? Kind of followed inside that same kind of margin. So it'll go up and test that level of resistance at 38.73, fall back down, testing the lower level of 38.29, and then maybe take off towards the end of the day here. Let's see. I'm going to look up TMI. Actually, I'm going to go to YouTube and I'm going to check out a couple different people's posts. If TMI is actually going to be attending the meeting, I would imagine that he's not. Yeah, he's not doing his live stream anymore. So if I had to guess, he probably got ready and is going to be attending the meeting today. Uh-oh. Trey posted a video, a talk he's been wanting to have 42 minutes ago. When he posted that, he's still in his hotel room where he's at, so he's probably not going to the shareholder meeting. Although I do have reason to believe that the master investor is on his Twitter account. He posted something that says "Hello Kansas City" with a picture of the wingtip of a plane. So I think he had flown out there and is probably actually attending the meeting. Which, if they do cancel it, that's going to really suck for him. I'm just checking it out to see if there's any. Nobody's live streaming. I don't really. Sometimes I feel like this investor meeting doesn't really. It doesn't happen the way that it seems like it might happen. Okay, well, it looks like we're already deviating from what I had drawn out here, so that's probably not going to happen. Yeah, that would have been really awesome to have done like a live stream of the shareholder meeting. Nothing. It seems like everything's kind of drying up right now. Dogecoin, Robinhood is. Look at even Robinhood. Look how just dead it is across the board. 83 million shares sold in how much time was it again? Let's see. It opened up at 12:30, 14:30. So 2 hour. In 2 hours time, they've traded 83 million shares. Volume definitely died off for them. They're trading less than 250,000 shares a minute. Honestly, I'm surprised that they're holding their price up at 36. I expected to see that down. I don't know, 28. I would have expected 28. Looks like we're going back for a second retest of 38.29 possibly here. RSI should be kind of low. On a 30-minute interval, it's at I guess it's not too low. 45. 5-minute interval is 35. So it's kind of low on a 5-minute interval, but yeah, it still definitely could start moving down some more. It's not oversold yet. Todd, where are you from? If you don't mind saying. I like to take time to get to know some of the people that are here visiting. If you feel like this, disclosing, Where are you hailing from? All right, that's where I'm at. Go Texas. I'm in. Well, since you're from Texas, you'll probably know the area maybe better than most people. But I'm in Pflugerville, which is just a little bit northeast of Austin. Um, the the central heart of Texas, I guess, so to speak. It's good to see another Texan in here. Would you have guessed that I was a Texan? I don't know if I know I've probably said y'all a couple times. I'm not a native Texan, so if I didn't sound like one, that's probably the reason why. I am married to Texan, born and raised Texan though. Okay, southwest of Fort Worth. That's awesome. My son, he's in the military. I don't know if I'm supposed to say this or not. I guess it's probably all right. I'll just say he's serving in a military base northwest of Fort Worth, and you probably can guess based on this hat that I got on right here, where it's probably at that he's at though. But I'm really proud of the kid. He's a good guy, and he just joined up this beginning of this year, and he's working to put his way through college, so he's doing really good up there. I went up and visited him not too long ago. I hate the traffic on the way from Austin up to Fort Worth, though. It's just so horrible. I don't I don't understand why they're every single time. It's like a two-lane highway, right? And every single time you're taking the 35 up there, there undoubtedly there's a car fire or some kind of breakdown or some kind of accident. Big rig maybe turned over, something. Just always something on the 35, and it just backs everything up for just forever. What should be like a 4 hour trip or maybe 3.5 hour trip ends up being, I don't know, it seems like 4.5 to 5 hours for me every time. It drives me nuts. But I like Dallas. I really like Dallas a lot. Austin's really cool too. Um, I drove briefly through Houston once, and that's probably about as long as I want to stay there. It was so miserable. Um, Corpus Christi, the ghetto of beaches. I grew up on the West Coast. Don't hate me. I grew up on the West Coast, and um, Corpus Christi reminds me of some of the more ghetto coast towns that you can go to. But I mean, if you're gonna go to the beach, though, that's a fun place to go. Although I kind of prefer Galveston. I think their beaches are. I don't actually. Actually, that's kind of hard to say. No, I like Galveston better. But I love the music here in Austin. It's incredible. And I've absolutely fallen in love with the barbecue here. Port A, yeah, Port A is nice. Corpus, I mean, we just kind of drop off down where Corpus Christi. You just drive right through, and where that freeway drops you off. Like I guess it's like part of Mustang Island, kind of, sort of. It's like this. It's like, I guess, maybe the west side of Port A. Kind of where those beaches are that don't require you to have like a beach pass to have your car on it. That's typically where we'll end up go to the beach at. In fact, on my Reddit account, uh, actually, I'll pull it up real quick. Hold on a second. This is kind of funny. Let me see if I can find the post real quick. Yeah, yeah, here it is. This is when did I post this? 2 months ago. Losing money in style, no stress. I know where we're going. Yeah, we had a good time. We went out to the beach, took the dog with us, and yeah, that's that area. That was a good time. Let's see if we can bounce off this lower level of support and kind of hit this uptrend here. Even though it didn't form like a nice George W, it still could bounce off of this 38.29 level of or not support. Right as I say that, it's like gone right through. All right, how about 38.22 support level there? Come on, 38.22. Hold up. What do we got here? We got 38.10. 38.10 is the level of support at 15.15. They got a few shares for to buy there. I'll be right back. I got to let my dog in real quick. He's scratching at the door. Yeah, we'll just go ahead and delete that George wanna BW. It does kind of look like we're starting to form a little bit of a channel here. I don't have enough touch points to be able to draw one out yet, though. What's your favorite Texas beer, Todd? Favorite Texas beer? I'll tell you mine. Mine's Thirsty Goat. I'm a huge fan of Thirsty Goat. I like it a lot. I'm always open to trying new beers. What side did you say you're on? You're on the southwest side of Fort Worth. Southwest. Okay. I'm still new enough. I mean, I've been here for 10 years, but I'm still new enough to Texas to not really know um, like the big differences between DFW and and just Dallas. So let me see something here. I'm gonna geographically educate myself. Because one time I drove I drove all the way up to Dallas, and I forget, I was visiting family. I think that they were flying in up there, and I was just wanted to go visit with them real quick. So I drove up there, and they were on the Dallas side, not the Fort Worth side, but the Dallas side. And I'd never been on that side before. Most of the times that I've ever gone up to Dallas, I've always been in the DFW area. But I went up to the Dallas side, and where's the airport at? Let me see here. I'm pretty sure. I think what happened was I somehow got lost, and I think I ended up on like the Interstate 30, and I was like driving through. Somehow I went the wrong direction, and I ended up on the Dallas side of Dallas and DFW, and then I made my way back on the 30 or something like that, and there was just like these most amazingly beautiful buildings, and it just looked like an urban tech kind of area. So beautiful. I've never been able to find it on a map ever since. Like I've gone to Google Maps and looked up, uh, the overhead view, satellite views of the areas, and I can't for the life of me find what it was that I drove through. But it was just, whatever part of Dallas that I drove through on the freeway was just absolutely incredible. I'm looking to see where the airport is. I want to say it was really weird. The whatever freeway I was taking at the time when I went to go drop, I think I was dropping him off at the airport. There was a freeway that drove right through the middle of the airport. It was like the craziest thing I'd ever seen. And I don't know if it was Dallas Love. Dallas Love doesn't seem to have a freeway that goes right through the middle. So it couldn't have been that one. And then the other one should be up north, like by Grapevine. Oh yeah, it is DFW Airport that has a freeway that goes right through the middle. Okay, so I was at the DFW Airport, and then I think I went the wrong direction coming out of there. I was going north on the 97, and then I think I went right instead. Ended up going through the heart of Dallas somehow. Off of maybe like the 35 East. And I just had never been through downtown Dallas before. It was my first time, and I just thought it was absolutely amazing, the city. It's so much different than DFW. Let's look at inflow versus outflow. Because I bet you outflow is starting to catch up. It is. Outflow's starting to catch. 460 to 467. We have the nasty crackhead W forming. George Crack W. And we're at negative 1% right now. So we're only down like 30 cents. We can make this back up. We have a level of resistance at 38.73. I want to see today finish over 39.26. It's kind of that number on the Fibonacci that I had retraced is kind of like a new level of support. We're kind of trading right now down in a lower level, a lower level of support that we've been in the past, and I think we kind of need to launch into the next level in order to stay in those kind of like the $40 range, which means finishing over 39.26 today. And then neither of my buddies get a point. A tally mark. Okay, so borrowed shares has increased from 4.49 to 4.65. So ever slight increase. Our volume is at 51 million shares traded with an hour and 15 minutes left. Guys, if this is your first time on the show today, stick it out till the end today. It's nice. It's a fun way I end the show. And if you don't catch it, if you do leave before now, go check out the beginning of one of my shows because you can just see how it starts. I start and end each day the same way. It's kind of fun. It's I'll just tell you what it is. It's the space shuttle launch, and it's got music in the background. It's really kind of neat. I like it. I'm proud of it. It gives me goosebumps every time. Damn it. especially on the days when we have like a huge spike in price right during those times. It's really fun to watch. So I mean, this is such low volume, guys. We need to be seriously over 250,000 shares a minute. And as I scroll over these, you'll see the volume changing over here. As I scroll over these, 76 during this minute right now, 177. This is what every single one of these volumes, column of volume, needs to be as high as this level, this column right here. Every single one of these should be that high to get us into that like 100 million shares traded for the day. So you can see how low volume's been. It's tough. It's tough for us to make any kind of headway with low volume like this. But again, go out, grab at least five people that you know who own this stock, and verify with each one of those five people. If you have to call them up today, call them up and say, "Hey, bro, sister, whatever, mom, dad, whoever it may be, call them up and be like, who do you lend with? And did you make sure that your shares are not up for to be lent out? And if if they don't know, help them to find out. There's plenty of information out there. There's all kinds of here. I'll pull up one for you. I'll pull up one for you on Reddit and let's see how to verify broker lending. That'll probably help find what I'm looking for. Maybe somebody needs to put together a Reddit compilation of ways to verify that your shares are that your shares aren't being lent out. Okay, so all I did is I just put how to stop share lending into Reddit, right? And it pops up several different ways. It might be as simple as calling up your broker and just telling him to turn it off, or asking him. Calling up your broker and asking him, "Are my shares being lent out?" I don't know, but there's got to be a lot of people out there still having shares lent. If we're seeing utilization, what we're at, I mean, based on the math that I did this morning, we're at least 46 million shares out there are retail investor shares that are being lent out to hedge funds. Which is us shooting ourselves. We're not helping ourselves out any if we're loaning the enemy the shares that they need to do what they're doing. That's how important this is. Haven't looked at options in just a few minutes. Let's check it out real quick again. So looks like 43.3 at the $40 strike price is the biggest level of support. So I'll go ahead and update that. That's up from 38.9. And on the put side, 16.4 at 38. So it's up 2,000. Yeah. Hey, Charlie. So that's a great question. We tried to figure that out earlier. Obviously, the meeting starts in about 7 minutes. We could not find anything. We actually struggled to find the time someplace, and we were not able to find any place that we could live stream it. I know that TMI is there in Kansas City based off of a post that he had made. But my guess, let me just refresh my YouTube on and see if any of the. I appear to be the only person live right now. So now I don't have that information for you. I have not been able to find it anywhere. So the answer to that is a question mark. I don't know. Um, I would love to stream it here if somebody does find out or figures out a way to do it. I did provide a link up further in the chat. If you look up just a little bit, I think the last time I posted something in here, there was a link to a source called computershare.com. Supposedly, that's supposed to be a link that you can use. It didn't work for me and one of my admins. We tried to get into it. It asks you for your social security number and your zip code. You may not be comfortable putting that information into a system somewhere. But you could try that. I can't vouch for the website. I was just linked it and told by my one of my admins that it was a possibility that it could be a source for being able to stream it. But it didn't work for us. And I know for a fact that I've held shares in multiple accounts, and I was able to get my control number, and I tried using my control number as well because it gives you different ways to be able to log in, and I couldn't get it to work through that either. So I really wish I could give you a good answer for that, but I can't find anything anywhere. Let me try some more. I know it's a big thing. I know a lot of us want to see what's happening. There should be a way. There should be a way for us to watch this. I would have expected. When is this? I don't know when this was posted. So I'm on the AMC website, and they have the shareholder meeting information, which provides a lot of the proxies basically that were listed out anywhere from 6.1 to 7.6. Some are supplements and some are statements. But I don't see anything. And I did try to reach out to somebody earlier this morning, but I'm sure they're all super, super busy over there. Transfer age. It does say, okay, so that link, that computershare.com that I told you about just above, that is showing up on their main website. So if I pull that over here, you can see that it is a legitimate link right here. www.computershare.com. If you go in there, this isn't the exact location. Let's see, proxy services possibly. We could try it. I mean, I didn't click on the link. Let's try this real quick here. I'll just show you where I'm going when I click the link. So this is the information that pops up when you click the link in my chat, and it wants you to validate your social security number or holder account number, which I'm not sure what the holder account. I mean, I know I saw a holder account number when I was doing the information from before. When I was doing the voting on Monday, I'm pretty sure I saw a holder account number, but I don't have that information now. Fidelity got rid of it once the voting had ended, so I'm not able to pull it up any longer. But I did try my social security number, my zip code, and then the I'm not a computer crap. I agreed to the terms and conditions, and when I hit next, it basically said nope. I'll show you. I think I can put it in there because I don't think it shows. Yeah, it doesn't show. So I'll just show you what I did. Shoot, I think I entered the number wrong. So you all see my zip code. And of course AMC is what we want. And TP5BV. And we were unable to locate an account using those details. So yeah, I'm not getting any luck through that avenue. And the admin that who was helping me out, Adam, on my channel, he was having no luck as well. If it works for you, let me know, because I would love to be able to at least send people there who might be able to put that information in and get it to work for them. But I'm not having any luck. I am still searching. If I find something, I will let you know. I thought there was a chance that you might be able to find something through AMC Investor Connect. So I never signed up for it before because I always just pay for the popcorn anyways. But let me sign up real quick. I'm gonna go get my wallet real quick because I think I need to. Hold on a second. I think I have to sign up, and I'm gonna need my credit card in order to do so. Let's see. I was hoping that there might be a chance that an inside chance that the Investor Connect might have something there for us. So let me do that since it's already the meeting has supposedly started. Let me see if I can do this real quick here. Seriously? Why won't it let me do this? Oh. Weird. So I'm trying to sign up for the Stubbs Insider. It's just not letting me. I think this is the same problem that I ran into last time, and I was just like, screw it, I don't really need it. No. I don't know what the deal is. It just won't let me. It won't let me do this, and it doesn't tell me why. If you guys are an insider, or if you're part of the insider list of AMC members, maybe that might be a place to go check. Question mark. You know, I don't know. It's a possibility. I wish we could see it. Yeah, I'm just not seeing anything on here at all about it. Oh, but it did supposedly start already. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if people don't tweet stuff. So you know, because we know TMI is there. So let me pull up my Twitter and see if he's actually tweeting things. Scarlett Johansson sues Disney over Black Widow streaming release. Interesting. Just looking for TMI's. I could go straight to his tweet, but I'm seeing if anybody else is posting things as well. I am like so impressed with like how often people tweet. It's like just I can't do that. Do I look like a young guy? uh, TMI 3 hours ago posted Ortex updates. Yeah, nothing. There's nothing on nothing showing up on Twitter yet. We'll hear some stuff here soon. It shouldn't be too long before we start hearing things. Probably an hour or so. I would expect, you know, closer to market close, we'll probably see some people posting tweets or Reddit posts, and I'll keep an eye out on that as well. Let's see, what do we got here? So I'm going into the new posts for AMC stock, and I don't see anything. Okay, meeting just began. More questions. Okay, so we are getting pictures. This was posted by More Art 9975 on Reddit. This is pretty funny. I don't know. I find that funny. Maybe I shouldn't find. I've actually been in meetings where it looks just like that. I kind of expected to see something a little bit different for a shareholder meeting. But it says meeting just began. More questions. Does Adam have an Adam's apple? Yeah. So if we click on the picture, I'm looking to see if I see TMI in there. Because I feel like this is probably I don't know who that is. We know this is Adam Aaron. This is Kevin Connor speaking there, and then this is this must be if you're an investor and you're there for the meeting, this is probably where they're gathering. This guy has no idea that there's probably tons of people on Reddit looking at his back. Forever immortalized in the shareholder meeting of AMC, immortalized or whatever the word is. Let's see. Does anyone have the link for this today? It was posted by a colonoscopy. I can't even say it. Okay, here we go. John Merriweather said this one isn't going to be the stream webcast. Yeah, it's not being webcast. Okay, so confirmed, not webcast. So if you're here to find out for sure, it says right here, meeting to be held at 2 p.m. CDT, will not be webcast. He emailed John Merriweather, VP of AMC Investor Relations. I actually called him this morning and didn't get through, of course. I'm sure he's getting inundated with calls about the shareholder meeting time and webcast potential, and he responded back, unfortunately, the event will not be live online. That doesn't mean that it won't be for us to be able to view later. But that person was asking questions. He said, do you guys want us to ask any questions? So that post is pretty recent. The one with the picture of everybody's back. You can go to Reddit and check that out. It's this post right here, posted by more art, more_art_9975. Posted that picture, so they are there and taking questions. And then let me tell you, they're silly. If you have real questions that you want to be asked, now would be a great time. In fact, I have a question. His purse. Oh wait, does he have a? Oh wait, does he have a purse? Did I not notice that? Is that actually a female? Wait. Oh my gosh, you're right. Maybe that isn't a he. Maybe that's a she. My bad. Because that sure does look like a purse. Whoops. I apologize. that does look like a dress. Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, you guys, you can pin me up for this one. I'll take it. I'll take a beating. Oh jeez. Yeah. That's bad. Wait, no, I was looking at the haircut only. That was the only thing I was looking at. Oh man. I'm glad you thought it was funny. Boy. I seriously was looking at the hair and that was it. I wasn't even looking at the. I mean, now that I look at it now more closely, it's like, yeah, that's got to be a woman. I think the only thing I did look at was the fact that it said kale. I saw the kale on the drink there. I was like, oh, they drink kale tea. That should have been an indicator. Okay, because yeah, guys don't drink kale tea. Come on. I'm so sexist. Okay. Uh, it's happening right now. 2 p.m. currently. Yeah, so the meeting is happening right now, but we have no way to view the meeting. It is not being webcast. It doesn't say that we won't have the ability to be able to see the meeting later, but that's currently. I mean, I don't know. Maybe there are some guys that drink some kale tea or something. I don't know. It's, it's everybody can do their own thing. That's whatever. I dare you. I dare you to cut. I dare you to cut apart my live stream and post that on Reddit. I dare you. Because I will laugh my ass off, but there's no way in hell I'm doing that. It is weird. I kind of wish that they had done what they really should have done is they should have done something with their if they really want us to sign up for, and I'm a perfect example of this. I have not signed up for the investor relations on their website or through their app, and I tried to. This is actually today's the second time that I've tried to do it, and I've ran into problems both times. But if they wanted more people to get into that investor connections app that they have, this would have been a great way to do it. The only way that you'll be able to see our stream is to have that uploaded on your app or computer or whatever, and watch it through there. Missed opportunity, totally missed. Good point. It's a recommendation that we can push. I'll tell you what. I'll post a recommendation that they should put it stuff like that onto that Investor Connect and push it out to individuals so they can see it. Because the only way you're supposed to be able to get in there is if you're an investor. Okay, so chai tea is gross. No, I'm not that CPU savvy. So my daughter just asked my wife if she could take her to one of those I'm gonna say the word wrong, but boba tea places. I don't know, maybe I'm saying it wrong, but anyways, you know what I'm talking about. And I was just kind of like, well, that's all up to you because I've tried it before. I ain't going again. Well, I'm glad you're here too. I run the show every single day, Monday through Friday. I'm here from 6 a.m. Central Standard Time until 3 p.m. Come on in whenever you want to. I'm here. I can provide Ortex, Fintel, and my level 2 book order here is on the right hand side. I have to apologize for my streaming. I know that it's choppy and it's probably not as clear as it possibly could be, but in the particular area that I live in, this is the best internet I can get. I can't pay for anything higher. So I'm here to answer questions. If I can't find the answer to questions, I look it up and I figure it out. So this is kind of a learning channel. We all learn together. There's some things that I just recently learned myself, having to do with options. I'm not opposed to learning, but I'm definitely here to provide a service to everybody and just get people connected. We can all just kind of come into one place and talk about stuff, whatever's on your mind. AMC especially. I do have a few other. I only trade AMC. That's the only thing I'm in right now. Just to lay it out there. I do have Robinhood up here. I just wanted to see how they were going to do today. I just started tracking it because today's their first day trading. I just kind of wanted to see a train wreck. It's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. I thought 28 was probably. I thought it would drop about $10 on the first day, but it didn't. I have Amazon up here as a ticker just because I feel like they're the heartbeat of America, and when we do see the stock market crash, that's a good place to be looking, especially with Jeff Bezos having stepped down a couple weeks ago. They were trading $3,500 when he stepped down, and that's something I'm looking for. If it drops below $3,500, that's the beginning of the stock crash. So be watching for that. It rose up almost $200 after he left, and it's slowly been coming down over time. Cinemark is down 1%. There are competitors. So we need to know how our competitors are doing. If we're doing just as good as they are, then maybe it's just a bad day. They are down 1% for the day today. I have Dogecoin up here because they're pump and dump. I wholeheartedly believe that cryptocurrency is a good signal for pump and dumps. They broke out of a very long channel that's been performing that way for let's see, gosh, what is this, since so the early part of June till just a few days ago, maybe 8 days ago. So almost a better part of a month, they were trading pretty poorly. Okay, and they broke out of that descending channel, parallel channel, and kind of started to move upwards. I'm waiting for a breakout. I think it's going to break back down and hit like maybe 17 cents a share again. I have a feeling that it might kind of break back down into this kind of like a parallel channel to this channel. GME, a brother sister company, we got to watch it, right? Every single day, their information is matching up to what we have, and then every once in a while, we have differences. Let's see here. I'll pull it up. And I think it's important to track us versus them so we can kind of see what's happening over time. And you'll see that today is not a good example of this, but they look different than we do. There are some similarities today, but not entirely. Like they went down really early on and kind of stayed down for quite a part of most of the day, and then we kind of went up. And they finally ended up getting there, and then they started trending down, which is actually now we're starting to look more like them in the back half or the latter half of today. So there are some similarities. Okay. Yes, shareholder meeting is now. It is not live streamed, so I'm going to post that up there just so everybody sees. Okay, so if you're looking to get a hold of the shareholder meeting, you're not going to find it here. I'd love to give it to you if I could, but you're not going to see it. They unfortunately did not provide a way to have that streamed for today. So we're going to have to wait to see what happens. There's definitely a post out there where somebody had said, that where somebody had taken a picture and posted it up here of this lovely woman in the front, and Adam Aaron and what was his name, Kevin Connor on the screen. So they're having the meeting currently, and we're just going to have to wait to see what the results are on that meeting and what's said. That post by more_art_9975 said meeting just began, more questions. So if you want to head to Reddit and post a question in there, I would do it, and I'd hurry quick because most of these questions down here are pretty not legit. Does Adam have an Adam's apple, right? I mean, yeah. Go post something of meaning in there. I'd like to see it. The question as far as looking for dividend stocks. Okay, I had three, after this is over, I had three kind of modes that I went through. The first mode that I went through was investing in cryptocurrency. That was kind of like the first thing that kind of came to mind especially after the Wolf of Wall Street interview. I felt like there was a hidden message there that was telling us like, cryptocurrency is going to be the place to be afterwards. I've since come to the realization that that's not the case. The second path that I went down is the path that you're in right now, which was dividends and stocks, or stocks that have dividends. There is, if you have a large portion of money that you can put into stocks, there's reason to believe that you could possibly make enough money or draw enough money from those dividends alone to just live off of. And basically, you just have your stock sitting in some dividend earning ETF or whatever, and you keep pulling back out money every year, and you're just living off of the interest and the dividend or whatever. Um, maybe. I don't know that that's the way to go. And no, so I don't have an answer for you because I got to a certain point where I started looking into it, and I just didn't feel like the dividend returns were high enough for how much I would be willing to invest into a market. And I'll tell you why. This market is going to be shit. Excuse my French, but this market is going to be shit after this is all said and done. It's just going to be trash. And if you want to put your money into a market that's trash, you're going to be extremely putting yourself in a lot of risk. Um, you might be making back a dividend, but you might also be losing a lot of money on your total amount of shares that you have in there. And it could take quite a bit of time before you see a decent return on your investments. So the third path that I went down um, was toying around with the idea of blue chips. And I don't know why I went to this third path. Was toying around with the idea with blue chips and trying to find IPOs that were solid markets. And that's the third path that I went down. Now I'm on my fourth path right now. When it's I think we're going to have a huge dump in the stock. Let's see. We're going to have a dip in not retail homes. What am I trying to say? Um, Commercial property. Thank you. It finally came to me. Commercial property is going to have a huge failure. I think we're seeing some problems in that sector where they're going to have a crash similar to 2008 due to the fact that they found a loophole through commercial property to be able to create these. You remember the housing bubble of 2008? The same thing's happening in commercial property. So if that's the case and commercial property tanks, like just like half price, that's what happened during the 2008 home crash. You saw homes selling for half the price they were the year previous. If commercial property tanks, that's going to be the place that you want to go put your money, because those properties are going to be worth half the amount that they were. If you do have a significant amount of money that you could make dividends off of, that same money would be good for a commercial property, and you could buy one or two commercial properties. You'd want to buy them obviously on the downside, on the lowest part you possibly could get to, and then turn around and you know once the economy starts picking back up, you've got yourself a huge revenue from companies buying your retail property or commercial property, and then becoming businesses, and then you're making, I don't know, $10,000-$20,000 a month depending on how many properties you have. I think that's kind of the way to go. That's the fourth path that I'm on now. So I may come to the realization later that that's not the right road to go down. But that's kind of what I'm looking at right now. I think investment properties is going to be huge, and it may even be homes too. It may not just be commercial. There might also be a little bit of a housing bubble as well. I know in the area that I'm living in currently, there's a massive, massive bubble cooking up, and that's just because this specific housing market that I live in, didn't see a bubble in 2008, but the bubble's now hit here. Um, to give you an example, I bought my house for, I think it was like 240 5 years ago maybe. And the price right now, the estimated price, like if you went onto Zillow, the estimated price right now is currently around close to $500,000. So like double. It's doubled in price in 5 years, which is ridiculous. That should not happen. There's something going. There's huge amounts of inflation happening in the housing market. Just remember with dividend stock that the dividend payout will be reflected in the stock. In other words, that they're paying you stock back in order to. So you would have to. Is that what you're saying? You'd have to sell the stock in order to make money. Let's see. Kind of makes sense. I'm hoping for a market housing crash to park my money. And dividend stocks on sale sounds best for me as I'm a foreigner in Europe. Okay. Duncan can talk to you about that. Duncan's also in Europe, and he's actually Duncan and I are going to be having a conversation tomorrow. I'm going to be interviewing Duncan. Really looking forward to talking to him. We haven't set a specific time. But when tomorrow sometime, maybe I don't know. I think maybe we did. I can't remember, Duncan. Did we set a time? Okay, you've been sending out news reports of empty malls around the country. Country? Country, yeah. I couldn't see if that was county or country from where I'm sitting. I think that's the way to go. When the economy picks back up, imagine if you had a strip mall that you could buy. Let's say you made $1 million out of this, and you could buy a strip mall for half the price of what it would normally sell out. And it would be like maybe it's normally $1.2 million for the strip mall, and you buy it at $600,000. If you have 4 businesses that come into the strip mall that's empty, uh, it doesn't matter what they're paying you because you're making every penny that they're paying you. You've bought out all right. You've already paid $600,000 for the property. You own the property. The only thing you're paying for is property taxes. And so at that point, anything that those 4 or 5, how many businesses you can get into that property come in, you end up making just tons of money off of them. It's crazy. Hurts. No, man. I don't know anything about any other. I am AMC strictly. AMC, and that's it. I can look up other stocks for you if you really want, but I prefer to just stick to AMC. That's the play that I'm making right now, and I like it. I like the stonk. Let's see. Cinemark has some news. Ooh, Cinemark got hit. Morgan Stanley analyst Benjamin Swinburne maintains Cinemark holdings with an equal weight and lowers the price target from 25 to 20. So Cinemark is getting hit with some negative earning reports, or equal weight. I'm not sure exactly what equal weight. They're marking down. They're marking down the price valuation. I'd like to give you guys like some kind of idea how we're going to run out the rest of the day today. Let me just kind of go over this a little bit here. It just kind of looks like a little bit of a downswing here, just kind of a sweeping movement. I don't think that we'll close lower than 37.81. That's the level that I said that we needed to keep above for the lower Fibonacci that I had retraced earlier today. We really kind of wanted to be up in the 39.26 area where it's the upper level, and we're kind of pushing $40 for tomorrow. That's really where we kind of wanted to be at, so we'll have to see what the aftermarket hours has to do for us later. The shareholder meeting has already started. It started at 2 p.m. about 32 minutes ago. On Reddit, if you go to Reddit and you really want to ask a question or something, that's probably the best place you can go. A more art 9975 more underscore art underscore 9975 posted a picture of them being in the meeting and said meeting just began, more questions. So if you want to ask a question, go put it there. They are at the shareholder meeting. That's the best I can do for you. There's nothing else. There's no other avenues to be able to view. It's not a streaming meeting today. So if you want to see the meeting, that's what you got. If you want to be able to be involved in the meeting, you need to go to that guy and guy or girl, and put in your questions that you may have and see if you can get them answered. I'm going to take a look at options real quick here. What happened to shareholder meeting? Why weren't they able to vote or participate? When did this become a closed door meeting? I don't know that it's. I don't want to say that it's not a closed door meeting. There are people that are definitely attending the meeting. The meeting is going on from what I can tell. Why aren't we able to vote or to participate? You should have been able to vote. The voting ended as of last night at about midnight. There was lots of voting going on. Hopefully, people were putting in their last minute votes. But the shareholder meeting is in Kansas City, so if you're not in Kansas City, you might be out of a little bit of luck there. What was I pulling up? Options. Let's check these out real quick. Tomorrow, I'm really looking forward to getting to talk to one of our moderators, Duncan, who's on there. He is in Europe. I don't know if I want to say necessarily where. I know I've let it slip a few times, but he is in Europe, and he can definitely probably answer European questions better than I can. So at the $40 strike price, so we're at 43.3, which is about where we were at earlier. Oh, did I refresh this? I thought I did. 40 is still okay. Yeah, it did change. Okay, so take that back. It's at 45.3. We'll just call it 45.4 because it's real close. And for the strike price on puts, it's still centering around $38, 19.6. So up from 16.4 to 19.6. My volume prediction for the day today was 50 to 70 million. Let's see how we're doing. Yep, 55. I might nail this one on the head. We might hit 60 before the end of the day today. What do we got here? 25 minutes. Eesh. I don't know. It's pushing it. We'll see. I do want to look at short share interest has gone up more. 15.69% on the short share interest of the free float. And we currently have 4.65 million shares borrowed for the day. That is, guys, I just got to tell you right now, that's huge. Oh, I got to refresh this. That's not right. Hold on. Let me refresh. No, that is right. 4.65. That's really big. I'm just going to put it up here on the screen real quick because I want you to see it. That's big. That's bigger than I've seen in 2 weeks. That's an exciting number to me. I like seeing that. I don't know how it's going to impact our on loan for tomorrow, as I haven't seen this high of a number. I know it's not going to be this number, but that if it would not surprise me if we were able to breach 100 million on loan. Since I do have a few people on watching right now, I want to stress something one more time. And I know if you've been here, please bear with me for a minute. So important. Grab you, 5 other people you know who are in this stock, and verify with each other. Make sure everybody that you know of those 5 people do not have their shares lent or are lending out to their brokers or through their broker. So, for example, if you have Robinhood, God forbid, if you should happen to have Robinhood, make sure that your shares are not being lent. And I can't stress this enough. The whole reason that our utilization right now is as low as it is at 88.25% is because over 40 million of the shares that are being used to borrow are coming from us. Retail investors, I'm gonna throw this out there to you, at least 46 million shares that are out there are our own ammunition giving to the hedge funds to use against us. If we don't get our shares off of being borrowed from our brokers or being lent by our brokers for people to borrow, we are going to continue to struggle. We will continue to struggle, and we will just continue to shoot ourselves in the foot. 5 people, grab 5 people that you know who are in this and just verify. Walk them through it. If you don't know how to do it, you can call any of the brokers that you're with. You can call the brokerage up. You can ask them. You can say, hey, are my shares on loan? Are my AMC shares on loan? And majority of the time, it's because you're on a margin account. If you're on a margin account, you can request to make sure that your shares are not being lent. If you are on a margin account, they may require you to close some of your positions in order to have that happen, so that your shares are not being lent out. Whatever the reason may be, we got to get these shares off. We need at least 14 million shares to come off of the table. Out of the 46 million that we have on the table, if we can get 14 off, that utilization will go up to 100% overnight. I can't stress enough, guys. Please. So hugely important. They did borrow some more shares, it looks like. Earlier it was at 400,000 shares, and it's now dropped down to 90,000. I was really trying hard to find something. I'm really sad to see that we didn't have the opportunity to be able to be a part of that that meeting. It would have been awesome to be able to stream that today. Well, you know, it happens. I would not be surprised if we don't see like some kind of post. I'm pretty sure that TMI went to the meeting. That's why when I was looking at that post by that person, I was looking to see in the background to see if he was there. I know I'm almost positive he's there. But he's not streaming it. He may not be able to. Robinhood is down 8%. They're down about $3, 3.25. All right, this is Power Hour, guys. We should be powering through this hour, not stair-stepping our way down. This is a short ladder attack here. Hopefully this is the return, though. We'll hopefully see a little bit of a swing back up here leading out to the end of the day. I'm going through the Reddit account right now to see if there's any more information from the meeting that I can share. Yeah. Okay. So this post by Bode game I can't say it. Bottage Michael on Reddit says WTF is the share count. And you know, if you've been listening to me, you would have been hearing that, you know, this shareholder meeting is not going to be a share count. It's not. It's just not a share count. It's a shareholder count. They're not going to release any information on how many shares were voted for. What they will release is how many voters did vote. So that's the kind of information that we'll be getting out of this, but it's not going to be the kind of information that helps us to do anything specifically that would help us in our movement in trying to expose how many shares are out there. So let's see. It looks like we got about 13 minutes to the end of this show, and I'll play out the exit part of the show. And so for those of you who are new today, that's how the show ends. It's on a musical note. So enjoy it. And like I said, I'm back on tomorrow from 6 a.m. until 3 p.m. Central Standard Time. And I will see you guys later when that happens. I'm not gone yet. Still got a little bit more time here. Hold on a second. Okay. So we're having a nice closeout for the day here. It's really shooting up kind of a bit here. It's for those of you who were here earlier and you know about the tally marks. As of right now, all three of us are going to be getting tally marks for price predictions for the day today. So if this does close above 38.80, Eric won't be getting one. Anything higher than 39, and John won't be getting one. About 15 minutes left of trading. Short share interest 15.69, 4.65 shares borrowed for the day. Options are really kind of swinging between $40 and $38 strike prices. So it looks like they're kind of nailing us on the bottom side of that, but they're not getting their 38s, so that's good. Hopefully we can keep it above that before the end of the day today. I'd like to see us push into the 40s tomorrow. Just kind of taking like an overall look of how the day went today. Let's just look at it real quick here. So we started out the day on like kind of like a little bit of a negative swing, but that's very typical for the start of most every day. Then we had a kind of a shoulder head shoulder kind of indicator, which I had flagged as a bearish movement, and the bearish movement did happen, but it wasn't all that much as as I would have expected, and actually turned into a George W, which actually turned into this nice cup and handle, and the price rose up more from there. It had a little bit of a correction, kind of a consolidation period, perhaps, and then rose as high as $40.25. Dropped back down, had I don't know, kind of traded a little bit in between 38.86, 39.26. Tried to break out a little above that, didn't really work out, and just kind of hit it like a decline ever since. Not really a parallel path channel that I could draw out through here. But you know, it is what it is, and overall, you know, we're only down 1% for the day as it stands, and we're still climbing. So there's a chance we could end today around or at about the same price we were at yesterday, which would have been what was it, 38.90? Yeah, 38.90. Yeah. So what Duncan's talking about down there, and that's the indicators that I have on the page today. You'll see the True Demon MOAS trigger indicator, and these are some indicators that we're looking at that we really feel are going to be indicators that kind of help push us towards MOAS. And as of right now, the way that it's looking, short exempt volume is currently lower than what we need. We need about 3 million in shares traded like 3 days in a row, and we're only in the 441,000 range. Utilization. This is why I was talking about utilization being so important right now. We really got to get this number up, and the only way we can do that is by getting our shares out of brokers' hands to be lent to market makers. So let's do that. We really have to make sure that those shares are not making it out there. We have 46 million of them. If we get 14 of them off the table, then that's going to put us at 100% utilization. That's all it needs. And then our day over day price increase needs to be at about 5% or greater 3 days in a row. Yesterday was 2.34, which was I made it yellow because I felt like that was a good up from what we'd had the previous day. Buy and hold, and don't let your lender or don't let your broker lend your shares, because that's not holding. That's part of the recipe. Okay, we're 7 minutes out from the end of the outro here. It's been a wonderful day for those of you who's shown up today that haven't been here in the past. Welcome. I look forward to meeting all of you. We're a relatively new channel. I've been streaming for about 3 weeks now. Is this my 3rd week or is it my 4th week? Somewhere around 3 or 4 weeks. I think it's the 3rd week. But I'm having a lot of fun, and I'm learning stuff. Duncan's teaching me things. Hopefully, I'm teaching him things, and this can just be a place of learning and getting information. If you need information, I've got it. Our inflow versus outflow. How did the market do today, as a whole? Let's see if that updates here pretty quickly. Kind of takes it a hot minute here. Wife's heading out here. Let's see. So we have 3,886 advancers to 2,763 decliners. There is the heat map. I saw it update. So it looks like there's kind of like just a general mix of struggling areas. Pharmaceuticals look like they took a little bit of a hit today. IT, software and IT services is a little bit down. I don't see banking down too hard. There's a few companies in there that took some hits. All right, guys, let's try and close this day out on top. Let's get ahead. Let's close at 39. 39 would be a great price. All right, we're going to get that last minute push. That volume stick, that column of volume was at 461,000, which is a great, that's a pretty nice column of volume. We want it to be over 250,000, so that's good. We need it to be right around this range right in here. So if we could see this last like 10 minutes or so, that we have 8 minutes left to be in the 250 ranges, that's what we really need to have happen. We're hitting that level of resistance at $38.22. It is holding there. you can see the volume just really, I mean, it's just so slow right now. There is a buy wall at $38 of 7,194 shares. And Duncan, while I got you on here, do you want to commit to a time for tomorrow? I can't remember if we committed to a time already or not. Did you have a preference on time for tomorrow so we can talk about what time you'll be on? I might have to message him in the after hours. If we do an interview tomorrow, I'll probably give him the same courtesy that I gave to True Demon, and starting a new session where it's just him and I talking. You know, that way we can find out about our admin. You know, he's here to help out. He's from Europe. Okay, that's perfectly fine. Committing to a time tomorrow works perfect. So what we'll do is we'll do a separate show. We'll start the show like normal tomorrow, but once we decide to go ahead and have the interview for tomorrow, we'll stop the show, connect together, and then restart the show and have like a dedicated show to meeting one of the admins of the channel and just finding out about your background and finding out who you are and what you want to bring to the community and where you want to see AMC go, what brought you here in the first place. I just think it's incredibly cool that people in Europe are buying AMC stock. That's awesome. That's really cool. We have a 5,589 share buy wall at $38. So it looks like today might be a fight for the $38 mark. I was hoping for 39, but that we'll settle for 38. Oh man, you missed it earlier. I don't think you were here, but I made a super huge gaffe. It was so bad. You got to go back and watch like maybe probably around like the 2:05 on time frame later. Oh, so bad. I'm only human. All right, guys, we're getting real close here. I will see you guys later. See you tomorrow. Take care. Eat, drink. Make sure you get plenty of rest, and see you here tomorrow. Peace.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, main engine start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.